Alright, good evening. Welcome. It's time to get into Umineko, episode 7. Burn Costal is pissed. Why am I Fumo so bright? There we go. Hey there, Davio. How am I doing? Doing alright. I finally shaved. I've been holding off on shaving for no good reason. Finally shaved. It feels so nice. Feels weird, but it feels nice. Although my face looks like it's been through a battle. Yeah, Burn Costal wants answers, and she wants them now. Well, Burn Costal doesn't really want answers. Featherine wants answers. Burn Costal wants revenge. Let's see. And also, I saw you were playing Moonlit Farewell there. I assume not as a joke this time. So how you liking that? Liking it so far? Excellent. What the game capture doing? Oh. Not very far, just beat the first boss. Okay. Wait, why sorry? Oh, first boss after the tutorial? Okay. I don't know if there's like an actual order to the bosses. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know enough about the game to know whether you can skip bosses or anything. What's the first boss? Was it the... Oh. Hey, what boss did you fight? I mean, I fought a few bosses, so I don't want to say one and be wrong. The dog, then the Harpy Queen. Okay, I think that's what I fought. Second. Yeah, sounds right. I think I explored way more than most people do before they actually get to a boss. I don't know, you know me, I like to explore. But I was watching somebody else play it, and they got to the boss way faster than me, but they explored a lot less. So, I don't know. Maybe I was just unlucky in the paths that I took. Okay, so... Oh, that's right, I did not start the next one. So we gotta start from the beginning. Episode 7, Requiem of the Golden Witch. Good morning. Scheduled for today is the funeral of the Golden Witch and her game. The days of the game are already over, and nothing remains but fond memories. Here, the cold, hard truth will be revealed, and death will come to the game. There is a bit of difficulty to this one. Or is very obviously fictional and fantastic in nature. It is? I thought magic was real.
土は土に灰は灰に塵は塵に幻は幻にそして夢は夢に
Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, illusions, dreams.
夢とは寄せては返す波間の真砂に描くもの それは波が寄せるたびに真っ白に戻ってしまう儚きもの。
We get new OP? Ooh.
だから心なき人はそれを描くことを無駄なことだと嘲笑うだろう。しかしもう彼女の描いた夢を消す波は二度と訪れない。
Oh?
彼女が最後に描いた美しき夢はもう永遠に消えることはない。
Your favorite OP? Alex no Maho is very close behind. Which one was Occultix no Maho? I don't remember what the name of the OPs are. Previous one? Okay. Yeah, previous one was pretty good.
さあさあ思い浮かべてごらんなさい。それは暖かき春の日の柔らかき午後の日差しがそのまま陰ることを忘れたかのよう。それはとてもとても素敵なことなのだから。あなたの最後の夢の立ち会い人。プブリウス・ワルギリア・マロ。
Okay. Oh, what's this? The suspects were gathered in a room, and several inquisitors of heresy were reporting on the results of their investigation. Oh yeah, we jamming. Their uniforms closely resembled those of Iser and Jungfrau, but they were slightly different. Also different were the badges signifying their department. Then came the sound of someone clapping their hands once. It was the lead female inquisitor. She was announcing that all reasoning had been completed.
以上にて命名発覚。以上の推理からあなたのアリバイが存在しないことの証明を終えるものなり。
At the other end of her pointing finger was a quivering maid with frightened eyes. Her name was... No, that's not important. What matters now is that she could have entered the closed room study where the victim was found whenever she pleased. And furthermore, that her claimed alibi for the time of the crime had been proven to contradict the facts. Shaking, the maid tried to continue in her illogical pleading, but all of her statements had already been seen through.
以上にてフーダニット、パウダニットの証明完了するものなり。あなたが犯人である事実を揺るがぬものと知りたまえ。そんな。どうして私が敬愛する旦那様を殺さねばならないのですか？動機がありません。理由がありません。誰がいかにして犯したか、それのみが立証できれば十分であると知りたまえ。金刑謹んで申し上げる。ミステリーに動機は不要であると知りたまえ。
The Inquisitor spoke coldly. That doesn't bode well. After finishing her witch's prayer, Virgilia stepped back from the coffin, which lay on an altar bedecked with many beautiful roses. In her place, Battler moved to the front of the coffin, wearing his territory lord's cape. Though the cape was supposed to represent dignity and majesty, it somehow made Battler look smaller. Battler held a book with a majestic binding in his hand. It was a game record that had just been written. Or perhaps it was a tale, a game, or else a fragment. Written in it was the dream that would be more enjoyable for her than any other. Battler pressed it against his forehead and contemplated for some time. Then he kissed it and laid it gently in the coffin. It rested upon her chest. She looked like a little girl clutching her favorite stuffed animal as she drifted off to sleep.
これは俺からお前に捧げる唯一の物語だ。
This tale will be shut up with you in your coffin for all eternity. So no one will be able to read it except for you there in your coffin.
猫箱に閉ざされた唯一不変不可侵の永遠の物語。
だから誰にも物語を汚せない、否定できない、反論できない。俺とこいつだけの、二人だけの唯一絶対の真実。
Is the 504 error part? I don't think it is. Well, I mean, maybe. I don't know. What? I have not encountered a 504 error. Yeah, you might want to check something there. Or, oh, I thought you were talking about maybe Moonlit Farewell. What? I'm not getting anything right now. Yeah, it's all normal for me. There's no 504 error. Top of the screen. Wait. Oh. Oh, that is very... I could barely see that. What? What is that? What the? Yeah, that's not in the game. What? Do I have... I have something... What? What is this? What sorcery is this? Where is this coming from? I know it. Is it? Oh, okay. I see what it is. Trigger fire, the thing that does the nice. Is that broken? Oh, okay. Looks like trigger fire broke. See if I can fix it quick. That's right. It didn't play that, didn't it? We always got to have a little bit of scuff. I mean, what are my streams without scuff? Okay. Well, no, it's still doing the 504. Oh, no. No. 504? Can't just refresh it? No. If I play something. Yeah, that doesn't work. Well, I guess Trigger Fire is dead for today. What is it? 504? Anyway, now that the immersion is ruined, back to Sag. A man dashed through a town wrapped in twilight. The daytime hustle and bustle of this beautiful village, which combined the traditional with the orderly and the classic style of the last century, now seemed like a mere dream. The orange setting sun was already hidden behind the clock tower, and the narrow alleyway was rapidly descending into darkness. As the gas lights began to turn on, they only made the darkness of the twilight stand out all the more. The man sprinted. There was no time. He had to hurry. He'd had several experiments to do and things he had to check, and it had all taken longer than he'd expected. In the mystery genre, the motive, or the why done it, is given the lowest priority. To have a murder, you need to have a culprit, and he needs to commit a crime. Motive isn't required for that. So it's usually the most ignored element. In fact, these days, there are even some who call it unnecessary. What does it all mean?
私たちは彼女の最後の眠りがどれほど楽しいものであるかを知っています。だから何人たりとも彼女の眠りを妨げることはできないでしょう。楽しい夢に微笑むこの眠りを妨げられるものなどいるわけもないのですから。さあ、私たちはもう立ち去りましょう。私たちが賑やかにしていたら彼女の夢を眠りを覚ましてしまいますよ。
Who could possibly disturb a sleeping child smiling at a happy dream? Oh, I wonder.
そうだな。寝ている子には毛布をかけて部屋を暗くして静かに立ち去るのが決まりってもんだ。
After looking at the coffin one last time, Virgilia turned around quietly. Battler did the same. But then he stopped and turned to face the rose-covered altar. Battler offered up his final words within his heart. As long as those words didn't leave his mouth, no one would be able to know what they were. However, those words of the heart caused Battler's expression to change several times. At first, he frowned sadly. Then his face clouded with remorse. and then changed to a bitter, exasperated smile. It flashed through several varied expressions. Then, the final expression that crossed his face was, surprisingly, a gentle smile. Something rose to Battler's lips. However, he bit it back down. There could certainly be no words to describe the many feelings he kept within his chest. So, saying anything aloud would probably be crude. Battler understood this, and stopped himself from speaking once more with a wry smile.
Arigato.
お礼を言われるようなことは何も。
あとを頼む。
After seeing Virgilia nod back at him, Battler turned away from the altar one more time and left the chapel. Virgilia also disappeared, and with that, all disturbances that might have interrupted her blissful sleep had vanished. The Inquisitors of Heresy listened with calm, no, scornful gazes. They listened to the frantic babbling of the maid accused of murdering her master. However, nothing she had said could bury the fault in her own alibi. They were all mere emotional arguments. I loved and respected the master so much. I had no motive for killing him. No matter how much she spoke, it only made her look more and more like the floundering true culprit struggling pathetically. The requirements for the whodunit and howdunit had been satisfied. As for the whydunit, the motive, the heart. No matter how much she spoke of gratitude for her master, who had graciously given her a job when she'd been left by the wayside after various misfortunes, it didn't help her case in the slightest in the mystery genre. Therefore, her motive didn't matter. All of that could just be squeezed out of the culprit afterwards. An Inquisitor of Heresy took out a roll of parchment and held it forth, cutting off the maid's sobs and protests.
あなたがいかにして犯行に及んだか。その告発は大法院にて受理される。あなたの逮捕を許可したことを知りたまえ。これがあなたの逮捕状なり。動機など不要。犯人の特定には一切不要のものと知りたまえ。その上で謹んで申し上げる。我らが SSVD は罪を認めぬ犯罪者に真実を告白させる強制的手段を持つと知りたまえ。
The SSVD.
我らの異端審問官が正義にて祝福された審問具にてあなたの獅子を絞り上げて焼いて潰して引き伸ばして吊るし上げる。そこより赤き真実を絞り出してみせることを申し上げたくまする。自白すらも不要。補佐官一同、そのメイドを逮捕したてまつれ。
I think Leonora's profile mentions the SSVD, or is it one of the other girls? Interesting. We'll save that for later.
私じゃないです。私は旦那様を殺したりなんかしません。
やめな。
Oh, who dis?
そのメイドは犯人じゃね
A man kicked the door open, and the Inquisitors were all shocked at the sight of him.
なぜあなたがここにいるものなり。この事件はもうあなたの担当ではないと知りたまえ。
え。うるせえ。アリバイがない奴を一人見つけたらそいつが犯人なのか。犯行には動機が、心がいらねえってのか。犯行はな、人が犯すんだ。心がねえ事件なんて存在しねえ。心を無視した推理なんざ俺は絶対に認めねえ。
Yeah. They were acting like typical Inquisitor. Yeah. Somebody fits the circumstances? It must be them. Surely it couldn't be anyone else.
あなたのホワイダニット至上主義の主張には辟易するものと知りたまえ。ホワイダニットなど無用。審問すればかようなもの容易に絞り出せるものなり。大法院もその女が犯人であることを認めたものなり。
大法院はそのメイド以外の全員にアリバイがあるならきっとそうなんだろうというお前の独りよがりを鵜呑みにしただけだ。他の被疑者のアリバイが崩れれば白紙に戻る。他の連中のアリバイも無様なもんじゃないか。大広間の時計の音は正確に正午を刻んだか。勝手口の犬は全員に吠えるのか。
Just like Ace Attorney, yeah. Objection!
確かにお前はメイドのアリバイの偽証を崩した。それは見事なモンスターだが、それで終わりなのか。メイドに犯行が可能でもそれを行う動機はあるのか。他の人間のアリバイは完璧なのか。他にもアリバイを偽証している人間がいる。
But yeah, that is a good point. Like, for anybody wondering why motive would be necessary, I mean, you can have somebody without a motive fit all the situations, but it could still be done by somebody else. I mean, motive by itself isn't any proof, but like you're saying, there can be, I don't know how many people with false alibis, and how do you know it's this certain one? Anyway.
それを探すことを怠るな。犠牲者に怨恨は、金銭関係でトラブルは、動機を捨てるな。心を捨てるな。動機なんて後付けでどうでもいいなんて、そんな乾ききったミステリーごっこは卒業しちまいな。
メイドが犯人でないなら、なぜに彼女はアリバイを偽証するものなりや。そしてそれを問うことも茶番。審問し赤き真実を絞り出し、犯行時刻の全てを赤き地で署名させるだけで良いものと知りたまえ。
There could be any number of reasons why she faked an alibi. Maybe she was embarrassed about something. Maybe she didn't want somebody to know about something else unrelated to the crime.
ああ、そうだろうな。お得意の拷問で全てを神の目線から客観的に赤裸々に絞り出せばいいさ。でもな、 っておく。心のねえミステリーと推理のやり方はな、俺が絶対に認めね
すでに本事件は本館に継承されたるものなり、ここに命令書もあるものなり。さあ補佐官一同、構うことはなしと知りたまえ。そのメイドの逮捕を命じるものなりや。
When she gave this order, her subordinates hesitated, looking back and forth between their superior and that man.
え。させねえ。本当の犯人は他にいる。動機から推理可能だ。アリバイトリックなんざ古典通り。心を忘れるんじゃねえ。
Oh, is that why he was doing experiments? Does he know the real culprit?
心など不要なり。犯行可能な疑わしき人物を導き出し、信用して赤き真実を絞り出せばいい。万一犯人でなかったなら、別の疑わしい容疑者を審問にかければいいだけなりや。
Wow. Yeah, classic. Got the wrong person? Oh, too bad. Sucks to be them.
そんなのは推理じゃね
退きたまえ。その女を逮捕するものなりや。そのメイドが犯人であると知りたまえ。
え。使用人が犯人であることを禁ずる。
Oh, interesting.
と
The words of power blasted away the aides trying to arrest the maid.
バンダイン20足第11足。
Oh? Now we have 20 rules to worry about?
このメイドを拷問したかったら、第二夫人とその愛人のアリバイをもう一度洗いな。
I gotta look this up quick. What are Van Dyne's 20 rules? Number 11. Oh. But, okay. Wow, I just got pop-up blocked. Okay. Okay, here is a different place. Well, no, that's too simple. It says the butler or other servants didn't do it. What is the full explanation? Culprit can't be a servant. Okay, is this the full one maybe? Oh. Van Dyne's 20 rules seem somehow more thematic rather than for fairness. Noxes feel more like for fairness than quality. Yeah. I mean this one does seem like that, at least. A servant must not be chosen by the author as the culprit. This is begging a noble question. It is too easy a solution. The culprit must be a decidedly worthwhile person, one that wouldn't ordinarily come under suspicion. But yeah, there's stuff like, love interest. Victim himself. Okay, that one's normal. Culprit must be determined by logical deductions. The detective novel must have a detective in it. Yeah, that would probably be helpful. There simply must be a corpse, and the deader the corpse, the better. The problem of the crime must be solved by strictly naturalistic means. There must be but one detective. The culprit must turn out to be a person who has played a more or less prominent part in the story. That is, a person with whom the reader is familiar and in whom he takes an interest. That's number 10. Yeah, a servant must now be chosen as 11. Number 12, there must be but one culprit, no matter how many murders are committed. Yeah. 13, secret societies, Gamoras, mafias, et al. Have no place in a detective story. Okay. 14. 15, the truth of the problem must at all times be apparent, provided the reader is shrewd enough to see it. I feel like that one applies to Umineko, but I'm just too blind. But yeah. Some of the stuff seems to line up with Nox, and then other stuff does seem more thematic. Yeah. Pseudonym of the author is SS Van Dyne. Oh, SSVD. Oh. Okay, I see. SS Van Dyne. Well played.
その二人には犯行時刻の明白なアリバイが。
あの程度でアリバイかよ。ボンクラのお前に分かるように説明してたら時間がいくらあっても足りねえや。めんどくせえ。首席を名乗りたかったらその程度の捜査と推理を見せてみな。それまでこのメイドへの逮捕状は俺が預かるぞ。
That's the head inquisitor? Oh my.
ならあなたにそのメイドが犯行を犯さなかったことが証明できるなりや。犯行時刻に彼女が台所を離れていたことは明らかと知りたまえ。彼女は犯行時刻にどこで何を。その女にも本官にもあなたにも誰にも証明は不可能なりや。なればこそ神門の拷問具で赤き真実を絞り出すほかなきなり。
真犯人からは血ヘドでも真実でも好きなだけ絞り出してやる。だが真犯人じゃねえ人間はいかなる審問も拷問も許され
だからこそあなたは甘いと批判されるものなり。疑わしきは全て審問。それが我ら異端審問官の魔女裁判であると知りたまえ。
Natsui PTSD. Wait, what? Wait, why is that Natsui PTSD? All I can think of is when she made the servants separate. But, oh, Natsui being tortured by Erica in episode 5. Oh, okay. I was thinking back to when she played a prominent role in the main parts of the games, not the interrogation.
そうだな。俺たちは異端審問官。邪悪な魔女を撃つ。それが商売さ。だ 万一にも市民を傷つけてはならない。疑ってはならない。人間は誰しも自分だけの真実を持つ。それは罪を犯した時にのみ暴かれる。俺たちにはそれを暴く資格が与えられている。だがな、ねえんだよ。
何が？
罪なき人間の罪なき真実を暴く資格なんざ、たとえ神様にだって与えられちゃいねえんだよ。
Oh snap. Sounds like heresy. The maid finally realized that he was trying to protect her.
どちら様か存じませんが、ありがとうございます。私本当に犯人じゃないんです。
んなことは知ってる。お前の彼氏は全てを投げ出してお前のためにアリバイを証言する。
Dang. Good boyfriend, I guess.
感謝しとけ。あの若造は名誉も肩書きもお前に比べたら大したもんじゃねえと言いやがったぜ。
Nice.
そんなことをしたらあの人は。
それには及ばねえ。恋人たちの秘め事を暴くのは三流雑誌の仕事だ。ミステリーじゃねえ。俺の心のない推理は絶対に許さない。
This guy sounds like a bro. I wonder, is he going to be facing off against the SSVD in Beatrice's story? Because Featherine wants the answers. She doesn't care about the story. I assume she wouldn't care about the motive. Maybe, I don't know. And then Bernkastel will be aiming for, oh yeah, just revenge and answers. Then, for the first time, the man's solemn expression relaxed, and he patted the maid's head roughly.
と彼氏と幸せになりやがれ。だが勤務中に相引きするのはあまり褒められない。時々にしとくんだね。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
These words were heard only by the two of them. The man had learned of her innocence, which could only be proven by exposing the secrets of a pair of young lovers, and he had rushed about in search of a solution, resentful of the arrogance of those trying to expose this by forcible means.
推理はな、犯人を作ることでも、その過程で罪なき人々の心の真実を踏みにじることでもね、心が大事なんだ。探偵気取るなら心を忘れるんじゃねえ。そいつを忘れたら俺たちはただの知的蹂躙者だ。
No, not this again. No.
それを忘れるな。
Why do they love this phrase so much? When the man spoke, the Inquisitors no longer had any way to argue back. This man's name is Will. Phrase makes sense though. It does. I have to give him that. It just makes me rather uncomfortable. And yet, that's not what everyone used to call him. head Inquisitor of Heresy of the SSVD, the 8th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven. Wizard Hunting Right. Phoenix, is that you? I mean, Phoenix is a defense attorney, so. Willard H. Wright, a member of the SSVD, the 8th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven, an Inquisitor of Heresy and a first-class Archbishop. He is commonly known as Wright of the 20 Wedges, or Wizard Hunting Wright. He was an ace Inquisitor of Heresy in his youth, feared for being both ruthless and merciless in his work. However, at some point there was a change in his work attitude, and his previous flashy escapades became a thing of the past. His current style is often fickle, alternating between laziness and obsessive bursts of energy regarding mere trifles. By now, everyone has given up trying to understand him. He has already filed his resignation and had it accepted. Only a few days remain before he'll lose the name of Wright. Oh? Why will he lose the name Wright? Seems weird.
最後の引き継ぎだ。魔術師狩りのライトの名を継ぐなら忘れるな。絶対だ。
No, what was he gonna say? I've been debated. That is quite excellent, as always. Quietly, quietly, the rain fell down. The rain of sadness stripped down the outer walls of the chapel, quietly washing away the dust of the world of the living. Not even the full song. I'll have to listen to that later. The chapel doors were open. During the wedding, only those with invitations are allowed inside. However, during a funeral, the doors are open to all who remember the deceased. So this must be a funeral. A shadow holding an umbrella approached the chapel. It was Will. A new visitor approaches. Something's different this time. A reception desk had been set up at the chapel's entrance. As the shadow approached, Canon, who had been sitting at this desk, stood up and welcomed him with a bow. Erica 2.0? I hope not. He seems like a much better person. At least from what we've seen so far.
こちらが受付でございます。弔問の皆様にはご褒美を賜っております。ご記帳をお願いいたします。
悪いな、弔問じゃねえ。待ち合わせだ。
Into a funeral to meet someone? A dubious expression rose to Cannon's face. Will pulled an envelope from his pocket and showed him the sender's name.
失礼いたしました。どうぞお入りを。
すまねえな。せめてそいつをもらえるか。
ありがとうございます。きっとお喜びになられると思います。
Cannon handed him one of a set of golden roses, which were being handed out to all the mourners. Will took it, silently bowed his head, and entered the chapel. Inside the chapel, several people who appeared to be the family of the deceased were gathered, and they all seemed to be recalling memories of the departed. Darn it, Ginzo.
Nothing.
Sag.
お父様、どうかしっかり。控え室の方で少し休みましょう。私が殺したのよ。私が。
とんでもない。どうしてローザ様が殺したことになりましょ
う。お父さん、すごい泣きよね。
What is going on here?
Beatriceか?
Bonnie?
絶対お母様が亡くなった時より泣いてるわ。
こら、今はそんなこと言うときちゃうで。
Some sobbed, unable to conceal their tears, and some spoke softly of old memories. They were all remembering the dead in their own way, it seemed. I'm a little confused. It seems almost like a mishmash of timelines. When Will approached the altar, several people turned around. Of course, none of them knew who Will was. Paying this no mind, Will walked in front of the casket on the altar, which seemed to be buried under golden roses. Inside the casket, there was no corpse. Instead, as though it lay there in place of a body, was a single thick book with an extravagant binding. The space all around it was filled with countless golden roses. There were words printed on the book's cover. To my beloved Beatrice, October 5th, 1986.
ミス・ベアトリーチェ、ミセスだったら許しな。会ったことはねえ。だがお悔やみ申し上げるぜ。
He took the rose he had received from the reception area and placed it in the casket. He had absolutely no connection to the woman called Beatrice. However, since he had come to visit a funeral, he had to show this minimum amount of respect for the dead. As part of this, Will prayed for the passage of the dead into the next world.
失礼だが、どちら様かな？私は後宮クラウス。喪主の代行です。こっちは子供のリオン。
Wait a minute, what? Leon?
はじめまして。
Nani?
後宮リオンです。
Excuse me, what? Romeo Leon, the first child of Kraus and Natsuki. Jessica is their second child. Was given the silver ring of the successor to the headship and will succeed the position of family head upon turning 20. Mild, polite, and without any clear faults. Except for being too young, Leon is a more suitable successor than anyone else and is adored by Kinzo. Crackpot theories intensify. But how does this work then? Because there's 17 people on the island. This is a completely new person. Don't you remember Leon? How can you forget Leon? I wonder.
Leon? 誰だお前。
理科の理に魚するの魚でリオンと読みます。ちょっと日本人っぽくない名前ですよね。
Will stared at Leon's face, wearing a confused expression. He hadn't seemed particularly interested in Kraus, but Leon had apparently drawn some sort of reaction from him. Rather than interest, it was more as though he felt like something was out of place.
旦那様、奥様がそろそろと。そうか。一同の諸君、ここで賑やかにしては個人もうるさがるだろう。控室の準備が整ったそうだ。 場所を変えようではないか。
When Kraus called out to everyone, they began to move toward the chapel waiting room.
すまん。リオンはしばしお客様のお相手を頼む。私はみんなを控え室に案内する。
はい、父さん。
It looked like a natural conversation, with no awkwardness for either father or child.
親子なのか。
そうですが、何か。
後宮クラウスの子供はジェシカのはずだ。
ジェシカは妹です。お呼びする必要はありますか？
いや、ない。
Apparently, some sort of game was already being played right off the bat. Scratching at his head with an irritated look on his face, Will glanced around.
失礼ですが、あなた様は個人とはどのようなご関係で？
全く何もねえ。迷惑な話さ。
ではあなたはどうしてこの葬儀に？
Since Leon was a fairly mild person, Will's behavior was met with nothing more than a blank expression. A normal person would probably have put on a dubious look long before this. Will scratched his head again and yelled angrily at someone other than Leon.
来たぜ。そろそろ顔を出しやがれ。
The members of the Ushiromiya family had already followed Kraus's instructions and moved to the waiting room. By now, no one could be seen in this cold, vast chapel decorated with gold roses, except for Will and Leon. Typo. Kraus's? Oh.
よく来たわね。異端審問官、魔術師狩りのライト。
Uh-oh. The girl's voice came suddenly from behind the pair. When Leon turned around in surprise, a girl had appeared out of nowhere and drifted down on top of the altar. She landed softly on the sacred funeral altar, as though this was perfectly normal, crushing the golden roses under her shoes. Of course, Leon didn't know this girl. Just why on earth were all of these people unrelated to the funeral popping up one after another?
俺はもう引退だ。仕事なら新しいライトに頼みな。
The new rite. There's a new one already? Oh, well, I guess that's why he lost the name. It's an inherited position.
いいえ、あなたに頼みたいのよ。この事件を、送った物語を読んでくれたかしら。
斜め読み程度にはな。
あなたがどなたか存じませんが、そこから降りてください。そこは神聖な祭壇ですよ。
Omega Lol, sacred altar. You say this like Bernkastel cares? Snapping out of a daze, Leon told the girl to get down off the altar, but she ignored this completely. On top of that, Will kept talking to the girl as though Leon wasn't even there.
リオンとか言ったな。こいつは何者だ。
その子が名乗った通り。
Ushiromia Leon. There's no case of a person with that name appearing in any of the previous game.
お前の駒なのか。
いいえ、このゲーム版の正しく正当なコマ、登場人物よ。
ゲームマスターはお前だ。ならお前の駒だろ。
レアとの猫箱よりもっと大きな猫箱で閉ざしただけよ。リオンはその中で生まれ得る可能性を持つ一つの子は。
Larger cat box. I wonder if Leon is supposed to be the child that Natsuhi supposedly got killed. Like with the maid and the child going over the cliff. Yeah, it would make sense, I think. But question is why wouldn't she be dead? What happened?
Kekyoku, お前の駒というわけだ。
私が置いた駒という意味では正しいわ。
ただし、エリカのような配下の駒ではないということか。
Yeah, so then whose subordinate is she?
エリカって誰？
Oof. Oof. But deserved.
Emotional damage.
Well, it would be emotional damage if there were anyone to receive it. Erica down in the void, crying a little bit. Oof.
理解しようとするな。頭痛になら。
Although I do have to wonder, like, why can Leon know that they're here and, well, I mean, why is she in the special purple space? Leon didn't have a clue what they were talking about. However, though neither person was familiar, it seemed clear that they both knew a lot about the Ushiromiya family. Umineko bullshit. True. Fair.
私にはあなたたちが何の話をしているのか分かりません。とにかくそこのお嬢さん、その祭壇から降りてください。後ろ宮家次期当主としてお願い申し上げます。
That's a bold strategy, Cotton. See how that works out. Even Leon was finally forced to speak in a raised voice to that girl, who continued to chat while casually standing on the altar. However, the girl ignored this completely. On the other hand, Will did show a reaction.
次期当主はクラウスのはずだ。
父クラウスは私が20歳になるまでの間の当主代行です。20歳になると同時に次期当主である私が当主を継承することになっています。
初耳だ。証拠はあるのか。
Well, and another thing that's weird about this scenario is Kinzo. He's been confirmed to have died before the events of the story. But now he's in front of a lot of people, including the detective. So he's not dead. Store's a different cat box. True. It's a bigger cat box. Maybe all the res just for the other cat box. Huh. That just makes things even more confusing. It seemed that even Leon was starting to get ticked off by now. That calm expression appeared to twitch slightly.
これは次期当主に許されている片翼の鷲の銀の指輪です。
Silver ring. Well, I guess it's not the head's ring. Head's ring is gold. So there's a successor's silver ring now.
これで証拠になりますか？
銀の指輪？金の当主の指輪は何度も登場したが、次期当主の銀の指輪など初耳だ。
Yeah, and he's wondering about that too.
クラウスもジェシカもそんなものを指に通していた記憶がね。
嬉しいわ。斜め読みにしてはちゃんと読んでくれてるじゃない。
魔女のよこす文章はどこにろくでもねえことが書いてあるか分かったもんじゃねえ。ましてやそれが元老院の大魔女とくりゃな。
あなた方は一体何者なんですか？失礼だが私には何の話をしているのかさっぱりわかりません。個人への献花がお済みでしたらどうぞお引き取りを。どうやらあなた方は当家がおもてなしすべき方々ではないようです。
Leon finally ran out of patience. These were the strictest words that this gentle kid could unleash. However, Will and the girl seemed not to care at all.
俺も来たくて来たわけじゃね
え。時間の無駄だから話を進めるわ。ライト、このゲームに挑みなさい。ゲームマスターベルンカステルの名においてこのゲームにあなたを招待してあげるわ。
Yeah, so he's gonna be versus Bernkastel. So I assume he's gonna be trying to find the motive, the heart of the matter, and Bernkastel is just gonna try and make things fit, make things work. That's probably why Kinzo's still alive and why Leon is here.
お断りだ。
どうして？
俺はもう引退する身だ。推理もミ ミステリーも知ったことか。
何をして余生を過ごすというの？魔術師狩りのライトが魔女狩りをやめて。
狐狩りでも潮干狩りでもするさ。俺がここに来たのはあんたと余生を語るためじゃね
え。断るために来たと。
ご検察いただき光栄の極みと知りたまいなりや。
But really, why'd he come here if he was just gonna refuse?
なら好きにしたらいいわ。どこへでも行けばいい。ただしここから立ち去れればの話だけれど。
それで条件と報酬は？
Can't leave. Why can't he leave? In truth, Will had resigned himself from the beginning. He knew that he was incapable of refusing an invitation from the great Lady Berncastle.
ベアトリーチェを殺したのは誰か。
Oh, maybe she'll kill him if he tries to leave?
それが私のゲームよ。報酬は私に対するその無礼な口の利き方を許すことと、この礼拝堂を立ち去る権利。
Oh wow, how generous.
退屈を愛さない魔女は存在な言葉を愛すると聞いたぜ。
それは1000年を生き飽きたババア魔女の話よ。私はまだまだ若いから、あんたみたいな言葉遣いの男をどんな過酷な運命に閉じ込めてやろうかと無双することを愛するの。
Man, just like seeing Berncastle here, and then thinking about the Higurashi watch through. It feels so weird.
Soだ。敵は誰だ？
いないわ。妨害などするわけもない。このゲームをあなたが美しく詰めるところをただ私たちは感激したいだけ。
This is what people reading Umineko after Higurashi thought at first too. Then Burn solidified as a character for them. Huh. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't... Nipa! Me!
仲間も用意する。それがそのリオンよ。
Oh? Leon is his ally. After hearing that name spoken out of the blue, Leon frowned once more. Apparently, they were moving things along without Leon's knowledge or understanding, which the latter seemed to find truly irritating.
リオンは後ろ宮家の人間。後ろ宮家の誰とも面識のないあなたには心強い味方となってくれるでしょ
う。何の話か分かりかねますが、事情のわからない話には何もご協力はできかねますよ。
だそうだ。頼もしい限りだな。
私と我が主を楽しませなさい。魔術師狩りのライト。アウアウは行儀のいい感激者だけれど、私は退屈するとポップコーンを投げつけたりしちゃうかもね。
Oh my. Don't be hasty. Will scratched at his head with a displeased look on his face. He wasn't at all interested in getting involved, but by now he realized that he couldn't disobey Bernkastel's orders. Then he approached the casket and pointed at its rose-filled insides.
ベアトリーチェ殺人事件の依頼とのことだが、
Is he gonna pull out one of those Van Dyne rules? There must be a corpse?
バンダイン20足第7足、死体なき事件であることを禁ず。
Called it. Kobe.
悪魔の証明ね。棺にないだけじゃない。死体が存在しないことをあなたが証明できない限り、これはミステリーよ。
That's a weird way to look at it. Unless you can prove that no corpse exists, is a mystery. I don't know, it just feels weird for her to say it that way.
第一足、手がかりすべての揃わぬ事件を禁ず。
安心なさい。すべてはここに揃っている。
Though there was no change to Will's unsatisfied expression, he seemed to have understood the general pattern of this place. The simple fact that a mere inquisitor of heresy had been summoned by an uninhibited, fickle, cruel great witch of the Senate meant that he'd be treated as no more than a mere underling. All along, he had possessed no way to refuse her.
この空っぽの棺の主を殺したのは誰か。引き受けてやら。ただし、俺の流儀でやらせてもらう。
ご自由に。
まず最初にすることは、お前に現状を理解させることだな。
それをお願いできると私もとても助かります。
Leon's expression seemed nonplussed, angry, and confused, all at the same time.
キラ、実際に見た方が早い。
いいでしょう。音もしましょうとも。
Will signaled with his chin for Leon to follow him and spun around. After snorting once in an unsatisfied manner, Leon followed him, as though resigned to see Will's little show. As she watched them leave the chapel, Bernkastel sneered silently at them, a cold smile on her face.
尊厳なる感激と戯曲と傍観の魔女。フェザリーヌなんとかアウアウローラの巫女にして奇跡の魔女。ベルンカステルの名においてこのゲームの開始を宣言するわ。
Oh boy.
物語のタイトルは黄金の魔女のレクイエム。ベアトの葬儀にふさわしい物語を紡ぎなさい。さて、どんな腹渡を引きずり出してくれるやら。
He watched until the pair had left the chapel. Bernkastel's form evaporated into the empty air, just as she had arrived. All that remained was her unpleasant cackling. Outside, it was still raining. When Cannon saw the guest and successor approaching the reception desk, he bowed deeply.
ご苦労様です。休んで結構ですので、外してもらえますか。
カノンです。かしこまりました。
Cannon bowed deeply, then disappeared.
下々の名前まではいちいち覚えていないってか。
当家には若い使用人が大勢出入りしており、入れ替わりも頻繁ですので。さて、何をどう理解させてくれるのですか。
Bothering to learn the names of the help? But why?
あなた様は何者で、当家にどのようなご用がおありで。もちろん納得させてくれなくて構いません。このままお帰りいただければいいだけですので。
もう帰れねえのさ。俺も誰もな。
もういい加減にしてくれませんか。そのよくわからない煙に巻くような喋り方は。私にだって我慢の限界というものがあります。私では見送りにならないというなら、源氏と合田にお送りさせてもいいのですよ。
騒ぐな。こいつを見てろ。
見ればわかります。葬儀用のバラです。まさか手品でも見せてくれるおつもりで。
Will took one of the flower offerings, then showed it to Leon, as though pointing out that there were no mechanisms or tricks. Then he slowly lifted it upward.
見てろ。
ええ、見てますよ。後でも飛び出すんですか。それともクラッカーと万国旗にでも。
Will threw the rose. Anyone would have expected it to fly in an arc and land in some puddle. It didn't, which was why Leon had been struck dumb. The rose thrown by Will certainly had flown in an arc. It should have sped on rapidly through the air. However, as soon as it passed out from the shade of the eaves and was about to reach the rain, it stopped, right in midair, as though the air surrounding it had turned into syrup. That wasn't all. As it hung in midair, the rose's beautiful golden petals began to darken one after another, and it became a black husk, like burnt charcoal. And even after this happened, it remained suspended there in the air.
これは何の手品ですか。
動くな。
Leon had moved closer to try and touch the remains of the rose, which still hung in the air. Will had roughly blocked the way with his arm. It was as though he was telling Leon that leaving this place meant certain death,
縮された時間の渦に閉じ込められている。
Ah, that's why he can't leave.
それはどういうことですか？
めんどくせえからはしょる。つまりさっきの魔女のゲームに付き合わねえ限り誰もここから出られね
え。なんですって？もう葬儀は終わっています。お屋敷やゲストハウスに戻りたい方々もいらっしゃるでしょう。こんなことは困ります。
え。恨むならあの魔女を恨め。俺も帰れなくていい迷惑だ。
あの少女はあなたの友人でしょ。この変なのをやめさせてください。
What about that conversation made you think they were friends? Yeah, what are you yelling at me for?
あいつは今頃ポップコーンのバケツでも抱いて観客席だろうよ。呼んだって現れね
わけがわからない。
That short sentence described all of Leon's feelings at that moment. However, Leon had seen the rose will through, wither in an instant in the rainy darkness. Leon tried doing the same thing with another rose, but the effect was exactly the same. No one would want to use their own body to test this fearsome something that could make roses crumble instantly.
え。ここから解放される方法はただ一つ。ベルンカステルのゲームに付き合うことだけだ。
ベアトリーチを殺したのは誰かでしたか？
そいつを調べろと仰せだ。お前がそれを聞かせてくれりゃ話は早い。気まぐれ魔女は大満足。お前は厄介払いができて、俺は帰ってダイアナとデートだ。
Diana. Is that someone you've seen? Or is that a new person? That's not like Glenor, right? I don't think that would be it. I don't think there was anybody else with a similar name. Unless I just completely blanked on somebody.
あまり待たせすぎると、またソファーをズタボロにしちまう。
ベアトリーチを殺したのは誰かなんて葬儀に押しかけて遺族に聞くこととは思えませんね。
遺族に聞き込みはミステリーの基本だ。諦めろ。ベアトリーチェってのは当主金蔵の愛人だってのは分かってる。
あなたは本当に不思議な人だ。どうしてそこまで当家のことをご存知なのですか？やはり当家に縁のある方なのでは。
Will knew this much about the Ushiromiya family because Bernkastel had shown him all of the fragments so far. Of course, he had no sort of connection with the Ushiromiya family himself. The very plane of his existence was on a different level.
しかし、ベアトリーチェはだいぶ昔に死んでいる。現時の証言では、屋敷の竣工前に死んでるってことになってるが、死んだ理由は明らかじゃねえ。正直なところ、殺されたってのは初耳だ。聞かせてくれ。
私の名は 後宮リオンと申します。
ウィラートだ。ウィルでいい。
For the first time, Will introduced himself. Their mutual introduction was finally complete, and Leon was finally able to talk with him on an even footing. However, Leon took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, wearing a vague smile.
ウィルさん。
ウィルでいい。俺もリオンと呼ぶ。
ウィル、正直なところ、私にもベアトリーチェという人物のことがよくわからないのです。
なるほど。一応ゲームにはなるわけだ。
If only Leon could have told him everything, revealing the truth without any effort from Will. Apparently, things wouldn't be so easy after all.
ベアトリーチェの名と姿を後宮家に出入りするもので知らぬものはないでしょう。
大広間にでかい肖像画が飾ってあるからな。肖像画の掲示は1984年の4月だ。
本当にあなたはどうしてそんなことまで。やれやれ、それを疑問に思うのももうやめることにします。どうせあなたにまた煙に巻かれるんですからね。
Leon was the successor and lived in the head household. That made conversations with Kinzo an everyday occurrence. Because of this, Leon must have been used to chatting with people who were moody or hard to follow. With the understanding that getting stuck on the details would be nothing but a waste of time, the conversation naturally fell into a pattern, as though Leon and this unknown man, Will, were longtime friends.
誰もがベアトリーチェを知っている。なのに誰も知らねえ。会ったことがあるのは当主金蔵だけだ。
当主様は今日は特にお心が不安定でいらっしゃいます。タイミングを見て私が紹介しますので、なるべく慎んだ態度でお願いしますよ、ビルさん。
話が早えな。てっきりもっと非協力的かと思ってたぜ。
長年当主様のお相手をしていると、大抵の理不尽な事態とはある種の諦めを持って接することができるようになりますので。
Ah, yes, Kinzo, the most reasonable person. Bernkastel had set up a barrier cutting the chapel off from the rest of the world. To destroy that, they would have to find out who killed Beatrice. For Leon, who had already experienced many of Kinzo's rantings, understanding this much was more than enough. The Ushiromiya family members were relaxing here and there around the waiting room. A light buffet-style meal had been set up, but it was a bit stale, and not particularly appealing. Even so, those voracious kids seemed to find it intensely interesting. The cousins had set up camp around it, with Maria at the center. The adult siblings had also formed a group in a different corner. Perhaps because of Kinzo's absence, everyone seemed to be a little more relaxed.
リオン、どこへ行っていたのですか？そちらの方は。
母さん、お客様のお相手をしていました。ウィル、こちらは母の夏日です。
紹介はいらねえ。ただ話を聞かせてくれりゃいい。
え、何かおっしゃいまして？
いいえ、何も。こちらはウィルさん。個人に縁ある方だそうです。
With a smile, Leon casually smoothed over Will's words.
彼はベアトリーチェのことをより詳しく知りたがっています。母さんはベアトリーチェについては何かご存知ですか？
リオン、個人は当主様のかつての恩人です。そしてそれ以上でもそれ以下の関係でもありません。この葬儀は当主様が個人への生前の恩を報いるためのお式。そう聞いていますし、それ以外のことは何もありません。
Good old Natsuhi, always so defensive.
ありがとう、母さん。ウィル、母が知っていることはこれだけです。
Natsuhi was eager to deny the scandal about Beatrice being Kinzo's mistress. However, he also had enough sense to realize that this scandal was probably true. Picking up that Natsuhi was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk about this anymore, Leon brought an end to that conversation before Will could say something rude again.
ウィル、この礼拝堂は当家の敷地内です。
当家のルールに従えってか。
当家の客人にふさわしい口調に改めていただく。話はすべて私を返していただく。その二つを守っていただけるようお願いいたします。
This feels so, like, episode 7 feels so weird compared to every other episode. Like, every episode has been different, but this just seems, like, completely different. I don't know. I don't know. Because that's the point, yeah. They definitely do a good job of that.
努力すら。
It's an answer sheet in place of a tail. True.
ベルーンカステルとかいう魔女に巻き込まれて大いに迷惑です。ですから私も協力はします。しかしあなたと私の立場は対等ですので、それをお忘れになりませんよ
う。育ちがいいだけのお坊ちゃんだと思ってたら、なかなか言うな。
これでも後ろ宮家の未来を背負う覚悟はありますので。
I guess part of it is like, so at the end of episode 6, with everything that went down, is like, oh, I like, it's supposed to be the end of the tale, but like it made me feel like there had to be more, but we're not really finding it out in the or in a continuation of the tale. It's like that was the end. It just feels so strange. Like my expectations have just been shattered. Like not in a good way, not in a bad way. Just it's completely different than anything I would have expected.
わかった。仲良く事件を解決しようぜ、ワトソン君。
Watson。
ご協力いただけて嬉しいです。愛病のダイアナを待たせないためにも。
Ooh. Emotional damage.
Wait, I mean, he didn't say it was a cat, did he? Like, I don't think he said it was a cat. Yeah. I mean, we were assuming, or I was assuming that Diana was a person, but yeah. Basically, sounds like she's saying your girlfriend doesn't exist. It's just a cat.
餌の時間は大丈夫ですか？
今日は山盛りにしてある。多少は大丈夫だ。
Wait, no, it is a cat? When did he say that? I could have sworn he never said it was a cat. Maybe I'm blind. We'll just go with I'm blind.
よくダイアナが猫のことだと分かったな。
Oh, okay, so he did never say it. What?
ソファーを引っかいて待ちわびる女性というのも少々個性的が過ぎると思いましたので。
Oh, there was that. Yeah, when he said about the scratching at the sofa, I was thinking that, like, she'd just be really upset. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay. And I thought that was a dig about, like, him not having a girlfriend. Okay, I'm just totally misunderstanding. Yeah. Yup.
それでまずは誰に話を？
誰でもいい。全員だ。あそこにいるのはクラウスの兄弟たちか。
向かって右からエヴァおばさん、秀吉おじさん、あちらがルドルフおじさん、キリエおばさん、そしてあちらが
後宮ローザか。少女時代に森をさまよい隠し館でベアトリーチェと名乗る女に遭遇した経験を持つ。
驚くまいとは思っていますが、本当にあなたは何でも知っている。
お前もその話は知っているのか？
今日彼女がそう話しているのを漏れ聞きました。辛そうな話でしたので聞こえないふりをしましたが。
優等生だな。紹介してくれ。話を聞きたい。
辛そうな話でしたので聞こえないふりをした優等生の私に？
Even this outrageous arrogance is nothing compared to Kinzo. After muttering this several times mentally, Leon shrugged and nodded at Will.
あら、次期当主様じゃない。そちらの方は？
ああ、エヴァおばさん。こちらはウィルさん。個人のために献花に訪れてくれました。
I have to wonder if Battler is here. That just popped into my head. I mean, if Battler is not here, then we can still have 17 people.
んなことはどうでもいい。
Although I don't know if we still need the 17 people rule.
ベアトリーチェについて知って。
個人と後宮家の関わりについてお話を聞きたいと言っています。
Leon spoke with a bright smile after pinching Will's butt. Strange place to poke or pinch a man that you've never met, but okay. Will silently protested, as though saying, I saw that coming. Damn, that hurt. But Leon just played dumb and smiled at Ava like a model student.
後宮家との関わりって言ってもね。
後宮家とちゅうよりお父さんとの関わりっちゅうべきやろな。
正直に言えばいいのさ。親父の愛人ってな。
愛人なんて言うとまた夏日姉さんに怒られるわよ。恩人でしょ。
そうやな。
こんな具合ですが。
Natsui in shambles, as usual.
ローザ以外には興味ね。
ローザおばさんは確かベアトリーチェに会ったことがあると。
This whole time, Rosa had been hanging her head. Leon's words made her shoulders quiver.
今日になって急に言い出したのよ。ちょっと信じがたい話だわ。
本当なのよ。ベアトリーチェは私が殺したの。
事件解決だな。
早計です。
Rosa broke down crying and laid her head on the table. Kyrie and Hideyoshi tried to console her.
六軒島はうっそうとした森に包まれてる。私たちが知っているのはそのうちのごくわずか。屋敷とバラ庭園、そして船着き場に向かうちょっとした林道だけ。
誰も知らない広大な森のどこかに親父が隠れ屋敷を作って愛人を住まわせてるんじゃないかって話は相当の昔からあったんだ。
ローザさんは多分その隠れ屋敷に偶然たどり着いてしまったちゅうんやろな。
しかしどうしてローザおばさんがベアトリーチェを殺したなどと。
私が連れ出さなければ彼女は死なずに済んだわ。彼女は無垢なひよこのような人だったわ。私が連れ出したから素直についてきた。何も疑わずに私の後をぴったりついてきて、私があんな
な足場の悪いところを歩かせてしまったから。
Think you're nearing your limits, be looking for now? Okay. Well, you have... If you go rest or whatever, you have a good rest. Have a good lurk. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah.
お前は崖から足を踏み外すことを期待してそこを歩かせたのか。
そんなつもりはなかった。ただ海が見たいと思って。歩きづらそうだったから下に降りれば少しは楽になるかなと思って。
それは殺したとは言わねえ。事故だ。
私が連れ出さなければ会わなかった事故よ。私のせいなの。それに私は血まみれの彼女を見捨てて逃げ帰ってしまった。
あんたのせいじゃねえ。ベアトリーチェは海を一度も見たことがなかった。それをあんたが初めて見せたんだ。つい浮かれて一歩踏み外しちまったんだろう。
どうしてあなたはそれを。
ベアトリーチェはあんたに感謝こそすれ恨んでるわけもね
え。そうかしら。本当にそうなのかしら。
柵の外の世界へ出たいと懇願したのは彼女だろ。お前はその夢を束の間だけ叶えたんだ。俺がベアトリーチェならその束の間の時間をお前に感謝するだろう。なのにお前がいつまでも苦しんでると知ったら申し訳なく思うだろう。ベアトリーチェはお前に感謝してる。海が青いってことを教えてくれたあんたをな。
それは本当に。
俺が保証する。
Will made that statement openly and boldly. It wasn't clear how Rosa took those words. However, it had apparently been enough to remind Rosa to take a handkerchief out of her pocket and wipe her eyes with it.
ありがとう。
その言葉はベアトリーチェが今もあんたにささやいてる。
Rosa wiped her eyes with a handkerchief one more time and hung her head. It no longer looked like a fit of sobbing, but more as though she was speaking with the Beatrice of that day within her heart. One last time.
よくもそんな無責任な言葉を堂々とかけられるものです。
責任がなけりゃ女を慰めることもできねえのか。
多少は見直しました。
How many years did it torment Rosa? Now, finally, he would probably be able to face that innocently smiling Beatrice, who had seen the ocean for the first time in her life. She was the only one who could forgive Rosa. Now the two of them could finally speak together.
どなたか存じないけれど、ありがとう。彼女は私を許してくれるかしら。
あんたは20年近くもそれを悩んだ。長すぎだ。彼女はもう勘弁しろと言ってだ。
そうですよ、ローザおばさん。あなたが悲しめば悲しむほど、きっとベアドリーチェも悲しむでしょう。
あなたまでありがとう。私には私が許されるかどうかわからないけれど、彼女が許してくれるかどうか胸の中で問いかけてみることにするわ。二人ともありがとう。恥ずかしいところを見せてごめんなさい。
綺麗事を言った舌の根も乾かねえうちで恐縮だが、聞かせてほしい、当時のことを。
ウィルさん、
ありがとう。大丈夫よ。話すわ。誰にも話さずにずっと隠してきたことが私の一番の罪なのかもしれないから。
お前がベアトリーチェに出会ったのは正確にはいつ頃なのか。
Upon hearing this question, Rosa closed her eyes lightly, reaching back to a past she didn't want to remember.
20年ほど昔の話よ。いえ、19年前か18年前かもしれない。ごめんなさい。長いこと無理に忘れようとしてきたものだから、そこは少し忘れかけてるわ。
Would have been 18 years ago? Hmm.
1967年のことのはずだ。かつて第3のゲームでロノウェが赤き真実でそれを確定させている。
そうね。多分1967年頃だわ。あの時の出来事は写真のように鮮明に覚えてる。忘れられないの。
辛かったら無理に話す必要はありませんので。
写真のように鮮明に頼む。痛えぞリオ。
何のことやら。
家庭教師が私の内緒話を母に告げ口していたのにショックを受けて、あの日私は自暴自棄になって森の奥へ奥へどこまでもかけていったの。
Yeah, her tutor told her mother about something that was supposed to be a secret. Well, I guess it could have been anything. I don't know if that part's important. This tale has also been told in a previous fragment. back when Rosa was just a kid, she went deep into the forest, found a hidden mansion, and met with a mysterious woman who called herself Beatrice.
ほんの少し分け入ることすら難しいあの深い森を。
Now, she mentioned before that she complained about something? Okay, maybe grades or the strictness? Okay. Tutor tattled. Okay. Yeah, so I guess that part's not super important, but it was mentioned before. It got scolded for that. Okay. So, yeah, I'm starting to piece together things, but now I'm sort of held back by Kinzo's existence and Leon as well. Because I mean, Kinzo should be dead. I mean, like I said, I think Leon might be the child that Natsuhi had gotten killed. That seems like the most likely thing, but I don't know why she'd be here then too. Let's see. Unless it's connected to Rosa killing Beatrice. Like, could they have landed on Beatrice or something? Or maybe Natsui saw Beatrice's body? Not the maids? But then if that would be the case, like, she would know that Leon's alive. Unless she covered that up, or unless she covered that incident up, but that seems too convoluted. I mean, from that one cutscene of assumedly Battler talking to Beatrice, or well, the person that became Beatrice in episode 6, that seems to fit with Leon. Maybe. But there are 17 people on the island, and she wasn't there before. It's not like Jessica doesn't exist. Jessica still exists. I can't find fault with the Red Truth, because if I do, then it's not the Red Truth. But I'm still not sure what that has to do with everybody dying. Anyway, I'm starting to piece things together, but there's still a lot of confusing stuff. Or at least I think I'm starting to piece things together. Who knows if I have anything right?
自分でも驚くわ。あんなうっそうとした森をよくもあんなに深くまで。たくさんの梢や鋭い葉っぱで苛まれたわ。
でもあの日の私は気にしなかった。森の奥へ消えることで永遠に消えてしまいたかったし、もし本当に森の奥に魔女の館があったなら、自分を幸せの国へ連れて行ってくれるか、カエルにでも変えて森の住人に変えてくれると思っていたから。
そしてあんたは隠し屋敷クアドリアンにたどり着き、そこでベアトリーチェと名乗る女と出会う。
ええ、あったわ。
そのベアトリーチェは肖像画のベアトリーチェと同一人物だったか？
ええ、同一人物だったわ。美しい青い瞳、黄金の髪、黒いドレス、まさにあの肖像画通りの人物だった。私はあの肖像画をお父様が掲げた時、私が忘れようとあがいた20年の月日はお父様にとっても同じ、あるいはそれ以上の日々であったと気づき、さらなる罪に怯えたわ。
それ本当にローザさんの出会ったベアトリーチェのことなのかしら。
Immediately, Kyrie spoke the question that Will had been thinking of. It would be too rash to assume that the Beatrice Kinzo met and the one Rosa met were the same person. The time and generation didn't match up.
ベアトリーチェってのは戦後すぐの頃、親父に黄金を貸し付けた勇敢マダムのはずだぜ。
お父さんはベアトリーチェの黄金を元手に後ろ宮家を復興して大金持ちになり、そして六軒島を買い取り移住するんや。ローザさんが出会ったのはそれから10年以上も先の話になるで。
10トンの黄金を自在にできるご婦人が小娘程度のわけはない。ましてやローザが会った頃にはそれからさらに10年以上が経過してる。ローザ、あんたの会ったベアトリーチェはいくつくらいに見えたのよ。
当時の私よりは年上に見えたけれど、それでも多分成人したかどうかという年に見えたわ。そう、まさに肖像画のベアトリーチェくらいの年齢よ。
中年あるいは壮年に見えたか？
大人か子供かって言われたら明らかに子供に近い年齢だったわ。中年なんてとんでもない。
だからそれじゃおかしいのよ。あんたの会ったベアトリーチェとお父様に黄金を与えたベアトリーチェ、年齢が合わないのよ。
つまり別人ということだ。
I wonder if there are 3 Beatrices. One that gave Kinzo gold, another one that Kinzo raised to be like the first one, and then the one that appeared during the time of the games. Hmm.
よく似た同じ名前の別人。
娘かもしれんな。親子ならよく似とったに違いない。
愛人の娘。ありえるわ。黄金を授けたベアトリーチェとの間にお父さんは隠し子を設けたとか。
それがローザの出会ったベアトリーチェ2世ってわけか。年齢的辻褄は合うな。
なるほど。つまりベアトリーチェと呼ばれる人物は2人いるわけですね。
Ginzo secretly raised his mistress's child in a hidden mansion. It made sense. Everyone nodded, agreeing. However, Will's expression was slightly unsatisfied. He scratched at his head.
どうやらこの葬儀は隠したがゆえに弔うことができなかった2人のベアトリーチェのためのようですね。
ローザ、思い出したくねえだろうが事故の時の話を頼む。ベアトリーチェが転落した時まだ息はあったのか。
いいえ、目を大きく見開いていた。頭から真っ逆さまに落ちて岩浜の岩の鋭い角に頭をぶつけて、それもあの高さから。頭部は陥没して裂けてたわ。美しい黄金の髪がみるみるうちに赤黒くあふれる血に染められて。
Oof. Poor girl.
一目見て死んだと確信できる外傷だったのか。
ええ、割れた頭の中身を見たわ。それも握り拳次第に陥没して。
But how did she see that? I thought she didn't get near her. Like, or maybe, wait, was she already, did she like climb down the cliff and then Beatrice came down, or? I forget.
あれを見て生きててほしいなんて、いくらなんでも虫が良すぎるわ。
ウィル、それ以上聞く必要はありますか？
事故じゃもういい。それからあんたはどうした？
一目散に駆け出したわ。誰かを呼びに行くためなんて綺麗事でさえない。その場から一刻も早く逃げ出したかったの。錯乱状態になりながら、涙と荒い息でめちゃくちゃになりながら、でたらめにどこまでも。そしたらいつの間にか見知ったライオンの彫像に出くわしたわ。
ああ、礼拝堂の前の？
いいえ、裏のよ。
The one behind the chapel.
とにかく私は屋敷に帰り着いた。誰にも話せない。話したくない。私は夜まで黙っていたわ。ひどい話よ。急いで誰かに話し、救急箱を持って戻っていたら彼女を助けられたかもしれないのに。
Rosa, that's a little conflicting. She just said that there's no way she could have survived that. I don't think a first aid kit's gonna save you from that. Unless... Was she lying? Huh. It would seem odd for her to lie. I mean, I feel more like this would be survivor's guilt or whatever instead of her lying. But yeah, I don't know. It almost seems like that could match up with Natsuhi making somebody fall over the cliff with that child. And like I said, if I assume that's Leon, it sort of fits, maybe? But Leon, like, I don't know how Natsuhi would have gotten past that attempted murder and just treated Leon like normal. And what happened to the servant? I don't know what happened to the servant. Anyway.
頭蓋骨陥没を救急箱の何で救えたってんだ。お前が殺したわけじゃない。もう気にするな。
それでローザおばさんはどうしたんですか？
Yeah, I guess that's just guilt.
ベッドで何度も寝返りを打ったわ。眠れなかった。深夜にこっそり源氏さんに電話して打ち明けたわ。
源氏は何と言った？
自分に全て任せ、誰にもこのことは言わないようにと。
This is new.
後日、きっとお父様に呼び出されてひどく叱られるだろうと数日の間怯えたわ。でもそれはなかった。源氏さんはいつものようにしずしずと仕事をする日々。お父様は相変わらずの書斎ごもりで何もわからない。
Genji helped her cover it up. So that's where he got the dress. I'm sorry, that's so horrible. It's so hard. I'm a horrible person.
少なくとも私たちの耳には入らなかったわ。
源氏さんがうまく処理してくれたんだろうね。
表沙汰にできない子だったでしょうからね。
隠し子っちゅうたって血を分けた子供や。その葬式もまともにあげられんかったんなら、そらお父さんも心苦しかったやろな。
それがこの葬儀というわけですね。
それかな。
私が知っている話はこれで全てよ。
俺が知っている話もそれで全てだ。
これ以上私は何も隠していない。
すべて話した。誓うわ。
So Genji hiding things must have some special part in the plot. What? 'Cause I don't think Genji hiding that was mentioned before. Unless I just forgot about it. Will scratched at his head, letting his gaze wander. It had taken Rosa a lot of determination to make this confession, but it was nothing particularly special for Will. It had apparently been little more than a review of information he already knew.
ありがとう、ローザおばさん。
But again, was Genji mentioned before? Although, if he wasn't, that seems like something Will would pick up on. He's picked up on these things before.
十分ですか、ウィル。これで話は。
十分だ。おさらいになった。
To Will, Rosa's memories gave only information that was already known. This was the first time he'd heard all that about her running back to the mansion after Beatrice fell to her death, but none of it was particularly surprising. Apparently, Rosa didn't know any more than this. If he wanted to learn more than what was in the fragments Bernkastel gave him, he would need to find new testimony.
リオン、金蔵に俺が話を聞きたがってると伝えろ。やはり本人に聞かなきゃ話は進まねえ。
Wait a minute. New testimony? Why not talk to... why not talk to Genji? I mean, I don't know if he'd know anything, but since he, covered things up, maybe he'd know something.
あなたはどちらへ？
頭を冷やして整理する。ついてくんな。
それは失礼。どうぞごゆっくり。
After giving an elegant bow, Leon made a face, tongue sticking out. Unless Will had eyes on the back of his head, he couldn't have seen this last bit. Our good-natured Leon sticking her tongue out at someone? Or not good-natured, but our polite Leon. Will returned to the chapel all by himself. The cold air and the monotonous sound of the rain were comforting.
どう？ゲームは。
And then just like that, the sense of comfort was gone. And he had come here for a little peace and quiet. As soon as he let out a sigh of relief, that voice rang out.
それは俺が聞くことだ。
It was as though she had been sitting there all along. Bernkastel appeared on top of the altar once more. Beatrice's altar must have been extremely comfortable.
バトラは無能で私を何度もイラつかせたわ。それに比べあなたは有能だから見ていて安心できるわ。
後ろ宮バトラの時と違い誰の妨害もねえ。気楽なもんさ。
もうそういうゲームは終わったの。物語は二度楽しめるわ。一度目はめでて、二度目は腹を引き裂いてね。
ち、俺を肉屋だと思ってやがる。
どう？ベアトリーチェ殺しの犯人は分かりそう？
ローザの告白は過去のかけらですでに知ってる。真新しい情報はない。
I think there was, though.
進展はゼロだ。後宮金蔵が本当のことを喋らねえ限りこれ以上の展開はねえ。まさか俺が金蔵を口説き落として真相を告白させるってのもゲームに含まれてるとは言い出さねえだろうな。
そんなの退屈で死んでしまうわ。真実を語らぬ金蔵はそれ自体が城に守られたキングだけれど、あなたのゲームの障壁になってしまっては面白くない。
Also, how is Kinzo still alive?
拷問はやらねえ。俺の流儀だ。
分かってる。ゲームマスターとしてあんたに力を与えるわ。金蔵から真実を得られるようにね。
Still wearing shoes, Bernkastel stepped into the casket, picked up one of the flowers that had been set as offerings, and blew hard, as though scattering fluff from a dandelion. Then a single petal broke off and drifted down towards Will. No longer gold, but with the shine of a transparent crystal.
探偵権限か。
何？その間抜けな能力。違うわ。それは観覧席への招待状よ。
Invitation to the grandstand. And she's calling the detective's authority a pathetic ability?
感激者権限か。それを元老院の許可なく与えることは禁じられてるはず。
What is theater go?
私を私のゲーム版で誰が禁止すると？
Though the crystal flower petal danced in the wind, it wouldn't fly away until Will accepted it. He remembered how useless it was to argue with witches and snatched it up. When he did, the petal flashed brightly for an instant, melted into Will's palm, and disappeared.
せいぜい私を楽しませなさい。ついでにあなたも楽しむといい。このベアトリーチェのゲーム版の腹渡がどうなってるか、あんたも興味があるでしょ？
ねえよ。
After Will's rude answer, Bernkastel vanished into thin air, leaving behind an obnoxious laugh. After clicking his tongue, Will turned around unhappily. When he did, he felt as though his gaze had crossed that of a shadow standing right in front of him. near the door that led outside.
誰だ？
失礼しました。声が聞こえたので、どちら様かと思いまして。
Shannon。
シャノンか。今度はお前が受付をしているのか？
はい。カノン君と交代で受付を担当させていただいております。
おう。カノンは？
先ほどリオン様に休みを取るようご命令を賜りましたので、今は休んでおります。
Really? Or was it Jessica?
お前もリオンに面識がないのか？
Oh no, it's just that she doesn't know Leon. Hmm.
いえ、そんな。
後宮リオンは銀の指輪を許された次期当主だ。10年を務めたお前が名前を言いよどむのはおかしい。
それは。
安心しな。リオンに面識がねえのは俺もだ。次期当主はクラウスのはず。子供もジェシカだけのはずだ。リオンなんてやつが後宮家にいたかけらなんて一つもなかったはず。
When she realized that Will didn't recognize Leon either, Shannon relaxed. Apparently, she was a bit relieved to find out that she wasn't going crazy by herself. However, her expression quickly grew uncertain once more.
ここはどこなんでしょう?
Yeah, it's true, we are in the purple mists.
後宮家の礼拝堂と思います。でも、どことなく雰囲気が違います。それにリオン様という方がおられたなんて私全然知りませんでした。なのに旦那様も奥様も親方様もお嬢様も親類の皆様も当たり前のようにお話をされています。何が何だか私わからなくて。
Same, Shannon. Same. What's so special about Shannon? And maybe Cannon? I don't know if Cannon realized anything. But why does Shannon get special privilege? I mean, Shannon and Cannon have shown that they remember past games. What exactly makes them special? I don't think that it's that they're furniture. Because the other servants don't remember past games.
リオンはベルンカステルが置いた駒だ。奴を置くためにさらに大きな猫箱に変えたとも言っていた。それだけでなく、どうもここはいくつかのかけらが継ぎはぎして作られたまともじゃない世界らしい。
Okay, so this is several different fragments sewn together. I did say earlier that it seemed sort of like a mishmash. It's as though this is a special stage set up specifically for this game. I'm sure she's nodding at my thoughts right now, laughing and chomping down popcorn.
この世界のお前は何年ここに勤めている
10年です。
I see. So it really is a special stage. After all, right when I entered the chapel, I spotted Kinzo. And Shannon has been working here for 10 years. This world takes place in 1986, the stage of Beato's game. In that case, Kinzo shouldn't exist. Yes, exactly. However, he definitely was here a few minutes ago. Bernkastel promised that all of the information needed for reasoning was gathered here. He must have really packed it together to fit everything in. Let's see, so it really is a special stage.
お前はそれだけの長い間後ろ宮家に仕えてたならベアトリーチェのことをどれだけ知っている
親方様が深く愛された方くらいにしか。
それだけか
あとその六軒島の夜の主と言われていて、
そうだ夜な夜な屋敷を徘徊するとささやかれる亡霊の名もまたベアトリーチェだ。
That brings the number of Beatrices to 3. The first is the Beatrice from more than 30 years ago, who is said to have given Kinzo the gold. The second is Beatrice from 20 years ago, who met Rosa. The third is the Beatrice of the ghost stories, who is rumored to be the master of the night on Rockinjima.
フルドエリカの推理は正しいだろう。もともと六軒島に存在した悪霊の伝説、そこに金蔵のオカルト趣味と謎の女ベアトリーチェの名前や肖像が、碑文が次第に加味されていき、黄金の魔女伝説に統合された。そして夜の闇が魔女という人格を得た。それが3人目のベアトリーチェだ。それが連続殺人犯のベールとなる。
Apparently, she didn't understand a word of Will's sudden monologue. Shannon tried to follow along, but she seemed to be having difficulty.
無理に理解するな。頭痛になら。
申し訳ございません。
カノンもリオンのことを知らないのか。
はい、カノン君も私と同じでした。
What makes you two so special? Shannon and Cannon, is it?
カノンも呼んで2人に話が聞きたい。
When Will said these words, Shannon's face went blank and her eyes went wide.
申し訳ございません。受付を開けることは許されておりませんので、私には呼びに行くことができません。
なら誰か代わりを呼んできて受付を変わらせる。あんたとカノンと俺、リオンを知らない3人で一緒に話がしたい。
受付は一人でいいと仰せつかっております。
2人いちゃいけねえとは言われてねえはずだ。
What's going on?
本日は人手が足りませんので、受付に2人も不要と仰せです。
誰がそう命じた？金蔵か？クラウスか？それともリオンか？確認する。
私の命令権者です。私は命令に逆らえません。
その命令権者は誰だ？そいつに交渉する。
交渉などできません。私たちの命令権者です。
Why are certain letters capitalized? Slowly, Will pulled his right hand out of his pocket. When he slowly opened his fist, a small bright glow emanated from it. The flower petal given to him by Bernkastel had become a glowing, sparkling mark on his hand. He held that hand out towards Shannon and slowly approached her. What is going on with Shannon? I cannot call him. Do you still want me to? Why is this broken up like this? If you insist, I can call him specially for you, but... There was some kind of incomprehensible tension between the two. Will stood there, his left hand still in his pocket, and his right palm glowing and stretched out toward her. Shannon just stood there, her hands still folded politely in front of her, her posture beautiful. And yet, it felt oddly as though windswept drops of rain were sparkling and crackling in midair. Oops.
よろしいですか？
I will go call Canon-kun. Are you absolutely certain? What is going on here? Will's expression had remained unchanged the whole time. Shannon's face was still kind and gentle, and yet the tension was as icy as a frozen lake. Beginners in chess will sometimes move their king into check without noticing it. One might mercilessly capture the king in this situation, but high-level players are supposed to calmly tell their opponent about their mistake. If you take one more step, you'll get captured. This was similar to that. I see. So after all...
もう分かった。十分だ。二人で交代で受付を頼む。
Huh. Why would calling Cannon force him into checkmate? Or check, or whatever. Slowly, Will lowered his hand.
ご理解いただけまして助かります。
The glow slowly vanished from Will's palm. That completely incomprehensible tension melted away like a sugar cube in water. However, nothing had changed since the beginning. Will's expression and Shannon's expression were the same as they always had been.
おや、お帰りですか?
Footsteps approached them. It was Leon.
立ち話をしていただけだ。こいつに聞きたかったことがあったんだな。
Yeah, Leon is definitely sus.
それは何でしょう。そしてそれは得られましたか？
あ
あ。お役に立てて光栄です。それは残念。傘をお探しのようでしたらすぐにでもご用意させましたのに。
金蔵に話はついたのか。
珍しい客人が挨拶をしたがっていると伝えました。お会いするそうです。
ベアトリーチェのことを聞きたいとは伝えたのか。
それはあなたの仕事でしょ。
With a slightly mischievous look, Leon turned away. Will scratched his head and shrugged, looking annoyed.
まあいいさ。こいつを試すだけの話だ。
Will opened his right hand and showed it to Leon. It was just a hand, without anything remotely remarkable about it. Leon's head tilted to the side in bafflement at this strange gesture.
ご苦労様です。君の名前は確か。 そうだった、シャノンでしたね。引き続き受付をよろしく頼みます。肩を冷やさないように。
ありがとうございます、リオン様。
Shannon bowed deeply in response to Leon's kind words. There was not even a trace of tension in her manner.
参りましょう、ビル。せっかく時間をいただけたのです。当主様の機嫌は秋の空より変わりやすいですよ。
いってらっしゃいませ。
行くか。
ウィラードさんをお連れしました。
Hinzo and Genji could be seen in the VIP room. Hinzo was sitting back in a chair, his eyes closed as though in a troubled sleep.
親方様、お客様がお見えになりました。
Hinzo slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were red from crying. They regained their focus and slowly fell on Will.
私が後宮金蔵である。
ウィル。
ウィラードだ。お悔やみ申し上げる。
ベアトリーチェの葬儀に訪ねてくるとは。そなたは何者なのか。
誰でもない。誰とも関係ない。深く考えるな。頭痛になら。
Oh my.
もう少し言葉遣いにご注意をお願いいたします。
Smile.
おかしな客人だ。それでこの私に何用か。
ベアトリーチェのことを聞きたい。
何？
Nani? Hinzo's gaze grew sharp. Leon felt a bit lightheaded and wondered why this guy had to be so direct.
聞いてどうする？お前は誰でもないのであろうが。ベアトリーチェのことを知ってどうするという。何の意味があるというのか。
俺が誰でもないからこそお前の物語を公正に聞き残すことができる。お前はじきにこの世を去るだろう。その時ベアトリーチェのことを何も語らずに死んだなら、お前の子供たちは彼らが好き勝手に考えた物語でベアトリーチェを修飾し記録に残すだろう。
面白い若造だ。お前は遺言やを気取ろうというわけか。だがそれは余計なお世話というものよ。ベアトリーチェは私だけのベアトリーチェだ。誰が何を語ろうとも 私とあれの物語は誰にも怪我せぬ。何の意味も持たぬ。グラウスたちがどう曲解しようとも痛くも痒くもないわ。
ウィラード様、親方様は遺言を好まれません。生きているうちより何事かを投げ出すお方ではございません。
He's not very fond of wills.
だろうな。らしからぬこととは思っていた。
誠意ある限りあがいてこそ人間であろうが、それを早々に諦め遺言に残そうという浅ましさなど少子千万。
確かにその方がお前らしい。死ぬかもしれないから過去語りを記せと言い出すのは確かにお前の柄じゃねえ。
当主様がベアトリーチェ様のことを深く深く愛しておられたことは存じ上げております。私たちにとって当主様は最大の尊敬の対象であるとともに生きる全ての模範です。
Press X to doubt. Kinzo, the model most worthy of respect? Example for us to follow in every aspect of our lives? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
どうか迷える私たちのために、いかにしておじい様が彼女を愛し抜いたか、愛ゆえに生き抜いたか。
Seems a little odd the way you're wording that.
その愛の強さを私たちにお導きくださるようお願いすることはできないでしょうか。
なかなか達者だ。
あなたが言葉を選ばないからです。
若ず、お前はベアトリーチェの何を知っているというのか。真に無知なる者は関心さえ持たぬ。ベアトリーチェの名を知っている時点で無知なる者ではなく縁なき者でもない。
道理だな。俺が知っているベアトリーチェはお前がかつて六軒島に屋敷を設ける以前に出会った最愛の女だ。しかしおそらくは死別して娘を残した。それがクアドリアンで育てられていた娘だ。
ウィラード様、当六軒島にはクアドリアンなる建物は存在いたしません。
そのクアドリアンという名前、さっきローザおばさんと話した時にも口にしていました。それは一体何なんですか？
察しはついてるはずだ。愛人の娘を囲う六軒島の森の奥深くにある隠し屋敷の名だ。
面白い。クアドリアンの名を知ろうとはな。続けよ。お前に興味が出たぞ。
Kinzo shrugged and grinned.
クアドリアンにいたのはベアトリーチェの娘だろう。だが少なくともお前はそうは思っていなかった。
ほう、ならば何だと思っていたというのか。
後ろ宮ローザはクアドリアンにて多少の身の上話を交わしている。その中でベアトリーチェはお前のことを指して金蔵と呼んでいる。これはお前を前にしても同じだ。彼女はお前を父と思っていると言ったにもかかわらず、父とは呼んでいなかった。呼ばなかったのか、呼ぶことは許されなかったのか。それが意味することは一つしかない。
それは何だというのか。
生まれ変わりだ。お前は娘を忘れがたみだとは思わなかった。死んだベアトリーチェが新しい体で蘇ったと信じたんだ。源氏、あんたはかつて夏日たちの前で金蔵とベアトリーチェに子供はいなかったと証言したことがあるな。
記憶にございませんが。
Of course, this game's Genji probably wouldn't remember that. However, nearing the end of the first game, when the survivors had all gathered in Kinzo's study, Genji was asked whether Kinzo and Beatrice ever had a child together, and he denied it, saying, "I have not heard of anything like that."
聞いたことがないか。ある意味で金蔵の腹心らしい模範的な返答と言える。何しろ金蔵にとってその娘は生まれ変わったベアトリーチェそのものなんだからな。
Ah, okay. Yeah, not a daughter but Beatrice reborn. Okay.
ウィル、何の話か分かりませんが、当主様への冒涜は許しません。
冒涜じゃねえ、推理だ。だが心は理解する。ベアトリーチェはお前にとって最愛の女だった。死んでも色あせることなく永遠に。生まれた時から生まれ変わりだと思っていたわけじゃねえだろう。だが美しい金髪に青い瞳を持ち、その面影を幼くして持ち合わせていたその娘に、お前は次第に生まれ変わりではないかと信じるようになったとしても、それはおかしいことじゃね
え。親方様、よろしいのですか。
Shall I drag this rude child out? Genji asked Kinzo. For a while, Kinzo hung his head in silence, as though remembering something from his own past.
娘は美しく育ち、生き写しになった。お前は狂気したろうな。だが、それでお前が全て満たされていたかは怪しい。なぜなら、お前にとってベアトリーチェは生まれ変わりであって、当の本人にとってはそうではなかったから
だ。なぜそのようなことがわかるのか。
本人は自分がベアトリーチェと呼ばれることに違和感を拭えずにいた。人は生まれながらに与えられた自分の名前に違和感を覚えることはない。だが彼女は覚えた。それはベアトリーチェという名が自分のものではないことを彼女が自覚していたに他ならない。
In Kuadorian, she had asked both Kinzo and Rosa about who she was.
わらわは何者なのか。皆はわらわのことをベアトリーチェと呼ぶ。それは確かにそな なたの言うように偉大な魔女の名前らしい。しかしそれはわらわではないのだ。わらわには魔法など何も使えぬ。わらわはその魔女の魂をこの身に封じられているだけなのだ。
記憶はいずれ戻ったのだ。あれは紛れもなくベアトリーチェの生まれ変わり。記憶は戻りつつあった。我が魔術の儀式によってわずかずつではあるが記憶を取り戻しつつあった。
当主様。
驚くことじゃねえ。これまでのゲームの情報を並べりゃ導かれるそのままの答えだ。上層のベアトリーチェはそれを指して死んで逃れた魔女の魂を逃さず肉の体に捉えて閉じ込めたと。そして記憶も力も封じられていると例えた。その解釈もこの推理なら筋が通る。
ウィラード様、親方様は偉大なる魔法の儀式により亡きベアトリーチェ様の生まれ変わりとなる器を得たのでございます。それを否定することはできません。
忘れられない思いも慈しむ感情も否定はしねえ。そして金蔵がどれだけベアトリーチェという女を深く愛していたかも疑う気はねえ。忘れがたみにどういう愛情を注ぐかは人の勝手だ。育つほどに似ていくその姿に金蔵が愛ゆえに特別な感情を持ったとしても俺はそれを人間らしい感情だと思うぜ。
お前に我が愛が理解できるというのか。
理解する資格はねえ。だが否定する資格もね
え。おお、ベアトリーチェ、私を許してくれ。
Kinzo sobbed quietly for a while, wiping away his tears. Because of love, he believed she was Beatrice reborn, and raised her that way. However, somewhere in his heart, he might have felt pangs of conscience, telling him that he might be forcing his emotions on someone who wasn't really Beatrice. Then, the Beatrice of Kuadorian had an unexpected guest, Rosa. That woman simply couldn't believe that she was the Beatrice Kinzo desired. She couldn't stand the fact that she didn't understand who she was, and she wanted to escape to the outside world. Then she fell from the cliff and died.
源氏は表に出せぬその死を内々で処理した。 葬式ってのは死者のためにやるんじゃねえ。生きてる人間が死んだ人間への未練を断ち切るために行うもんだ。それができなかった。だからただれたんだ。
ベアトリーチェ。
おじい様。
あんたは愛人の娘を、いやベアトリーチェを二度失った。その悲しみを表に出すことができず胸の奥に押し込み、それがやがてただれて狂気に変わった。それが晩年まで異常なまでのオカルト趣味に駆り立て、
ベアトリーチェ、ベアトリーチェ。なぜに二度までも私の前から去るのか。お前の微笑みを、その美しい髪を、瞳を、私は二度も抱きしめながら、なぜに二度も死すのか。それほどまでに、それほどまでに私を。
Sedge. By now, Kinzo wasn't even trying to suppress his sobs. He sometimes scratched at his head in anguish, sometimes faced the heavens like an opera singer. Kinzo yelled over and over again, repeating Beatrice's name. At that moment, there was a quiet sound of a door closing. When they turned around, he was already there. Kumasawa had appeared.
そこまでをご存知でしたら、もうすべてをお話ししてもよろしいのではありませんか。
そこまでを知るなら、これ以上何も語ることなどないとも思うが。
いいえ、語るべきでございます。私は女としてクワドリアンのベアトリーチェ様のお心を誰かに伝えねばと思ってまいりました。そしてその資格を持つ人間が現れました。今こそ全てを包み隠さずお話しすべき時かと存じます。
熊沢さんは知っているのですか。ベアトリーチェのことを。
知ってるだろう。第4のゲームの時、連絡船の船長は熊沢がクワドリアンに出入りしていたことを証言している。おそらく熊沢は屋敷とクワドリアンの双方で異なる勤務シフトを持っていたに違いない。若い娘の世話だ。育児経験の豊富な熊沢はさぞ重宝されただろ
う。さようでございます。乳母であったとおっしゃっていただいてもよろしいかと思います。
そんな、信じられない。本当にウィルさんの話は本当なんですか。
はい、事実でございます。ベアトリーチェ様のために島の反対側に建てられた秘密の屋敷、クワドリアンの存在は真実でございます。
金蔵が正妻といつ結婚したかは知らねえが、当時すでに莫大な財産を持ち、六軒島を丸ごと買い取った金蔵は交わらぬ二つの屋敷を建てて、そこに二つの生活を両立させたんだ。
Kinzo's children had also been aware of Kinzo's clandestine eccentricities at the time. It probably hadn't been easy to maintain two separate lives. Moreover, Kinzo's wife had been suspicious and had sniffed around all the time.
親方様はお時間の許す限りクワドリアンへ通われました。時にはご出張と偽られ、何日も滞在され、ベアトリーチェ様との生活を大切になさいました。それは親子としての関係だけでなく、亡きベアトリーチェ様への深い愛を垣間見れる心温まるものでございましたとも。
それは亡きベアトリーチェの代用品として扱ったこともあったと言っているようにも聞こえるな。
おや、そう聞こえたなら申し訳ございません。ベアトリーチェ様は父からの愛は一身に受けられていたでしょう。しかし時にご自身に理解できぬ愛を強いられていたことは否定できません。
Umasawa's tone made it sound as though she was scolding Ginzo. As a mother who had raised many kids, Umasawa had probably spotted that Kinzo's love was sometimes misplaced. However, the more she grew to look like her mother, the more distorted and twisted Kinzo's heart became. Because of his deep love, it grew very, very twisted.
なじれ我が友よ、分かっておる。我が愛は永遠に不滅。なれどそれが間違った相手に注がれたことがあったの。私は認めねばならぬ。
Wow. He's actually admitting it.
おじい様、そんな、まさか。
リオン様、世の中のすべての人間には必ず何かの縁がございます。身に覚えがなくとも必ず何かの縁がございます。その縁が人に絡みつき引き寄せるのでございます。
そんな、おじい様。
Just as Kinzo had done, Leon also wiped away tears and stared down at the floor. Apparently, the truth had been too much of a shock for the young successor to handle.
親方様、もう語る時ではございませんか。
そうか、 か。その時が来たか、我が友よ。
あんたが語らなきゃ何も真実は明らかにならない。
親方様、もはや知る権利と資格があるかと思います。
1 minute. Okay, I'm back. Now, we may have the qualifications and the right to know.
分かっている。今日という私の気まぐれな葬儀に天のベアトリーチェが贖罪の機会を与えたのだろう。今日まで話さなかったことを許せ。
After taking a deep breath, Kinzo finally lowered the hands that had been covering his face and looked at Will and Leon with those red eyes.
おじいさま。
リオンも聞け。客人よ。ウィラードと言ったか。この私が自らの口より真実を話せるうちにこの機会を設けてくれたことを感謝する。お前はきっとベアトリーチェより使わされた天の使いに違いない。感謝する。
Sort of makes me sad thinking about all those times he didn't get to talk about things.
その機会を設けたのはベアトリーチェじゃねえ。どこぞの魔女だ。いや、どっちも魔女には違いね。
お前が誰でもよい。私に機会を与えた。それで十分だ。感謝するぞ、ウィラードとやら。
Kinzo slowly stood up and held out his right hand. He was offering to shake hands. It must have been Kinzo's way of expressing his gratitude. Will responded. Then the two hands gripped each other tightly in silence. When they did, a bright light poured out from the gap between the two hands. Will felt as though something the size of a grain had burned itself into his palm. It was the power that Bernkastel had given him. The light grew brighter and brighter. However, it seemed that Kinzo and the others couldn't see it.
今こ スを語る。私がベアトリーチェにベアトリーチェ・カスティリオーニに出会ったの。終戦間際。
Castiglione? Leon? Am I thinking too hard about this?
彼女は海の向こうからやってきた。
お前は金蔵なのか？
昔のおじい様です。写真で見たことがあります。これは一体。
ベルン・カステルのくれた感激者の力だ。無理に理解するな。
頭痛になら
分かってきたな。
It feels so weird that this is Kinzo. Also, he has white hair? Nani? At one time, Genji told Battler that he looked like Kinzo in his youth. Sure enough, though the young Kinzo wasn't exactly the same as Battler, they looked very similar. I mean, maybe the facial features? Huh. By the way, okay, so we have all these people now. I'll check some of these guys out. Shannon, okay. Nothing strange there. Leon. Silver ring will succeed upon Tony. Smile, play without any clear faults. Yeah. Okay, so we just got the basic explanations of everybody. Now here, what do we have here? I think it's time to take a look at these. Seven Sisters Purgatory. Those I don't think have changed. Gilia. Yeah, I don't think anything's different there. Maria. Nothing new there. Beatrice. Yep, nothing new there. I already checked. Wait, did I check Willard? I think I did. Yeah. Yeah, I read all that. Burn costume. The Witch of Miracles and Nico to the Witch of Theater Going. In the 7th game, she conducts Beato's funeral. Yeah, this is a lot less bloodthirsty than I thought it would be. She was defeated in the previous game, making her the loser. She has proclaimed that she will tear out the guts of Beato's game to satisfy her irritation. And yet... yeah... I wonder... is the real Burn? After all, she did call Willard here. And out of anyone, she called the one guy who's like famous or infamous among his peers as looking for the motive. Or for looking for the motive, yeah. Even though Featherine just wants to know what's going on, or how things happened, why things happened. She doesn't care about the story, the motive, whatever. Bernkastel called him. And even though Bernkastel's been pretty yikes, like in the past games, at the end of episode 6, there was something about Beatrice should be thanking her. So I wonder. Now, I don't dare assume that she's good or anything. But I have to wonder. Even the voice seemed to resemble Battler's somehow. Clearly, Battler had inherited Kinzo's blood more thickly than any other.
私は後ろ宮家など継ぎたくはなかった。私が当主に選ばれたのは運命のいたずらに過ぎぬのだ。
関東大震災で主だった者が死に絶え、分家筋のお前が抜擢された。
そうです。おじい様は若くとも聡明な方で、当主にふさわしい貫禄を若くしてお持ちの方でしたから。
とんでもない。欲深な長老たちは互いの利益ばかりを主張し合い、新しい当主を選び出すことさえできなかった。まるで沈みゆく船で新しき船長は誰かと議論するような愚かさよ。
だからこそ本家の誰ともしがらみのないお前が突然に抜擢を受けた。
Yeah, I guess the more I look at him, the more he does look like Battler. We've also seen Battler pretty much exclusively in like thick formal dress. Oh.
全てはこの足の指のせいだ。足の指が一本ずつ足りなかったなら、我が人生は全く異なるものになっていたであろう。
Now I know what he means, but it just seems like a really weird thing to say, out of context. In the Ushiromiya family, polydactyly was seen as a mark of good fortune. After all, many of the great ones in their family history had possessed it.
くだらぬ話よ。長老どもは自分たちの誰も得をしない馬の骨であれば誰でもよかったの
だ。たまたま分家筋に 両足の指が6本ある者がいると耳に入り、それでいいと決まったわけか。
Ironically, it did work pretty well.
そういうことだ。長老どもは自分たちの操り人形になるなら、次期どこの青二歳でもよかったのだ。むしろ帝王学に無知な人間ほど好ましい。
おじい様。
リオン、お前は違う。お前は我が全てを受け継ぐ者だ。お前が生を受けた日よりそれは運命づけられていた。だからこそお前に銀の指輪を与え厳しく育ててきた。そなたは私とは違う。誰にも恥じることのない立派な当主跡継ぎであるぞ。
はい。
操り人形の当主か。気楽なものじゃねえだろうな。
As he pondered about where to begin, Hinzo laughed bitterly. It would probably bring back painful memories no matter where he started from.
あれはあまりに長い長い灰色の日々であった。それは私には岩に蒸す苔のような気の遠くなるほど長い長い死んだ時間。
I became the rope in the tug of war between elders, who thought of nothing but their own profit. I probably could have snapped at any moment. However, people are far more resilient than one would think. Though I spent so many days as though I had been killed, I was not killed. So I was forced to search for death on my own. Before I realized it, I had reached an age at which the young would laugh at me if I tried to call myself young. That dizzyingly long stretch of gray was left completely empty. It lasted for a full 20 years. In 20 years, a person can be born, find a purpose, and even become their own man with their own place in the world. In short, if one truly becomes a human only when they have become a working adult, I spent a period of time long enough to create a human, doing nothing but playing the part of those greedy elders' puppet. Ironically, though that time aged my body, it did not age my mind. My mind alone was still as young as it had been during those rich, happy days before I was summoned to Odawara. And yet, my body alone grew older and older. Eventually, the vast gap between the two reached almost incomprehensible level. Though I could hardly believe that the worn-out man in the mirror was really me. No, it really wasn't me. The head of the Ushiromiya family was just a name. It had no power. It didn't require that I have any independence. There was no need for me to get involved with anything. I was just a doll sitting there on a doll rack, gathering dust. I remember nothing but lazily flipping through Western books I liked. locking myself up inside my own world, doing nothing but playing with roses and drinking terrible drinks. And it lasted a full 20 years. Before I knew it, I suddenly had a wife I did not know. It wasn't any wife I had chosen. It was the daughter of some noble family that the elders had chosen and forced on me for their own reasons. That didn't matter to me. I did not love my wife, but neither did I dislike her. I just didn't care. I fathered a few children. That wasn't out of love for my wife. They were just born before I knew it. That's all there was to it. None of it mattered. No, that's not quite right. Everything was decided by someone other than me. I simply obeyed. That was the job of the Ushiromiya family head.
Ah, このまま自分は静かに殺されるなとうっすらと感じていた。
信じられません。強胆なる名君と称えられたおじい様がそのような日々を送っていたなんて。
リオンよ、自ら生きぬ人生ほど希薄で長いものはない。なのにそれはあっという間に過ぎ去るのだ。心せよ。
自ら生きる人生。
生きるってことは意志を持つということだ。殺された日々だったろうよ。
そうだ。私は生きたかった。いや、死にたかった。操り人形はどうすれば死ねる？
糸を断ち切ることです。
そうだ。それが死ぬことであり、生きることであり。解放だ。
Before I realized it, trouble was brewing in the world. World War II. The Pacific War. Japan had extended their war fronts too far to the east and west, and the tide of war was changing. Thanks to the influence of the elders, I was able to avoid conscription. Of course, this was not out of compassion for me. It was because I was their precious puppet. So the war never really felt that close to me. However, when I personally decided to abandon their protection, it was very easy. At that time, the Ushiromiya family had almost completely collapsed, and since the elders had apparently gathered enough of the scraps to last them the rest of their lives, they seemed to care little for what I did, now that they no longer had any use for me. So I realized that I had finally found my time to die. One by one, I cut the threads I was hanging from, and began to search for a place to end my life.
戦地で死を求めようとしたのか。
同じ死ぬなら誰かの役に立つべきと思った。いや、違うな。私には自らの命を絶つ気力さえなかったのだろう。もっともらしく死ねる理由が戦争だったのだ。
おじい様は土木建築の知識がありましたので、海軍設営隊にて施設造成などに従事されたと聞いています。
とんだ誤算よ。何の取り柄もないと言っておけば、すぐにも死ねる最前線へ送られたものを。
最前線に行かずに済んだのか。
幸いと喜ぶ仲間もいたよ。私には逆だった。戦って死ぬという出来すぎた美酒の焼け酒が欲しかっただけなのだ。忘れられた島の上空を米軍の編隊は横切っていくだけ。彼らは私のために爆弾一つどころか鉛玉の一つさえ恵んではくれなかったのだよ。
おじい様はその日々の中でベアトリーチェにお会いになられたのですか？
そうだ。あれは海からやってきた。
どこで会った？島と言ったが。
ここだよ。この島にやってきたのだ。
お前たちは六軒島で出会っていたというのか。
どういうことですか？おじい様が六軒島を買い取るまでは無人島だったと聞いています。この島に日本軍の基地があったなどとは初耳です。
そうだな。あんなものは基地とは呼ばぬ。ただの岩窟よ。私はその岩窟の番人だったのだ。
Hey. Is that in the well? That pathway? We have the pathway from Tuadorian to the well at the mansion? The main mansion? (1944). Due to the honorable defeats at Saipan and Guam, Japan's absolute national defense zone strategy was in shambles. Where had the gallantry shown at Pearl Harbor gone? The old attackers were now the ones on the defensive. At that time, it was said that the last trump card for the Japanese military, the type of manned torpedo known as the Kaiten. It was said that these ultimate weapons, packed with 1.55 tons of explosives, were capable of sinking any kind of warship with a single blast. To strengthen homeland defense, the Navy drafted a plan to build a string of hidden bases from Hachijo Island to Yokosuka, all to house submarines loaded with Kaiten torpedoes.
八丈島に基地が作られたことは知っていました。しかしそれが六軒島にもあったなんて。
どこの間抜けがこんな何もない島に作ろうと言い出したやら。一苦情の都合。バカバカしい。
バカバカしい。
お上の考えることなどわからぬし、私にとってもどうでもいいことだった。
The Kaisen, which could finish off a large warship with a single strike, truly was an ultimate weapon. It was hoped that the presence of submarines capable of loading these weapons in the waters just off of Japan would allow for a powerful sea ambush as a final line of defense. So to aid in the establishment of a base with absolute secrecy, the uninhabited island Rakanjima was raised as a possible candidate. An investigation of the island resulted in discovery of a large cave in the cliffs. And this was apparently deemed to be a suitable location for a submarine base.
お前はその基地の建設に関わったわけか。
建設？岩窟を掘り広げただけを建設と呼ぶならな。しかもその上、基地は未完成のまま放置されたのだから。
どうしてです？
当時の日本にそいつを詰めるほどの大型潜水艦はもう残っていなかったのよ。滑稽な話だ。潜水艦もないのに潜水艦基地など今さら必要なものか。役人の無意味な箱物作りは今も昔も変わらぬわ。
I just want to take a moment here to check out these Kaiten torpedoes. Okay, it says Kaiten, literal translation, turn the heaven. Commonly rendered as turn of the heaven's will, the heaven shaker, were crude torpedoes and suicide craft used by the Imperial Japanese Navy in the final stages of World War II. Suggestions for the Kaiten were initially rejected but later deemed necessary. Various suicide craft were developed in the Japanese Special Attack Unit. For the Navy, this meant kamikaze planes, Oka piloted bombs. How? Piloted bombs? I guess like it's a plane similar to one. Kaiten submarine, Shinyo suicide boat. My goodness. You know, I never even knew most of these existed, I mean, yeah, I never knew they did like specialized things for these, or for suicide craft in World War II. I used to read a fair amount of World War II stuff about equipment for World War II and strategies they would use, but I don't remember ever hearing about these. Huh. Fascinating. And horrible. Okay. Anyway, back to the story. The base on Hachijo Island was outfitted with Kaiten torpedoes and became a base for direct attacks. But Rakanjima was never supplied with any. Furthermore, the construction was eventually suspended, and a minimum number of men were stationed on the island, waiting for orders from above that never came. Could the fact that it was a hidden base actually have sealed our fate? The higher-ups had already completely forgotten about this useless and pointless cavern. We were nothing more than guards for a mere cave. We spent our days farming, fishing, and playing with the dirt, all the while gazing up at the American formations flying past. Some of our group were relieved at the prospects of the war ending before anyone remembered we were here, and before any of us had to face a real battle. Of course, it was the opposite for me. I hoped and hoped for the American troops to advance and kill me as soon as possible. Those days were empty and blank. Let us go back. Back to the turning point in my life and my fate. The time that Ushiromi Akinzo finally became truly alive.
貴様たるんでいるぞ。決戦は間近というのに、そのへっぴり腰は何か。
Stars seemed to spin around inside my head. I could just lie down on the floor, but that'd only make him more angry. I've got no intention of being obedient. Still, it'd be stupid to get myself punched for no reason, so I got up and stood at attention. The fighting's close, is it? You really think the American troops are likely to show up on this forgotten island? Then let them come right now. That's what I've been waiting for all this time.
その腐った目つきは何か。貴様、そんなに死にたくないか。
Bruh.
そんなに米兵が恐ろしいか。そんな気合では打ち取れんぞ。
I got hit again. Could you please quit your whining already? Filthy cowards. They let themselves be controlled by this inexplicable anger because it's the only way to distract themselves from their own fear. Heart and spirit aren't of any use when the battle becomes hopeless. When trapped by an insurmountable hopelessness, humans tend to rely on several other emotions to escape their fear. For these young, inexperienced soldiers, anger was a very convenient emotion to fall back upon. Anger is the wine they use to paralyze their fear. It made them chant, "Damn the British, damn the Americans," as they swung their bamboo spears around and called it drilling. The more wine you drink, the more you need to drink to get drunk. Their useless anger continued to pile up day after day without pause. I did not fear death, so I had no need of the wine called anger. This made their cowardice all the more apparent to me.
その目つきだ。後ろ宮、貴様の魂は腐りきっておるわ。魚だ。貴様の目は死んだ魚の目だ。
However, it went both ways. Just as I was able to spot their cowardice, they were able to pick up on my lethargy.
後ろには金蔵はいるか。注意殿がお呼びだ。立て。
もたもたするな。駆け足。
First Lieutenant Yamamoto was the commanding officer in charge of the Rakunjima garrison. He was just another filthy coward trying to forget his fear with violence. He would often reprimand his subordinates for slacking off at the drop of a hat. Whenever he was in a good mood and started spouting off stories of his life, they were all about how much of a thug he had been, ignoring the rules of society. Also, this cave does seem to be the path up to the well and whatnot. On and on about how so-and-so was a prick, though he taught him a lesson, or how everyone was so scared of him that he got special treatment. Kept on talking about what a vile human he was, as though it was a badge of honor. Normally, I had nothing to do with this lieutenant who I couldn't respect in any way. He'd always hang around with his non-commissioned subordinates. So long as I treated him with a snappy salute, I could more or less ignore him for the time being. Now that the construction project on this island had been suspended indefinitely, there's no longer any use for an engineer like me. So why did the lieutenant ask to see me specifically? At that moment, I couldn't think of anything. Probably nothing good.
貴様は外国語が堪能であると聞いたが事実であるか。
英語と中国語を話せるであります。注意殿。英語と中国語を話せるであります。注意殿。
The lieutenant liked to brag about his education in front of the non-commissioned officers, but he held a bit of a grudge against me for being even more highly educated than him. Since he also felt uncomfortable about having a subordinate who was older than him, I wasn't exactly the type he'd be willing to confide in. Just the fact that I knew several languages must have hurt his pride.
ならばイタリア語はどうか。
わかりません。
では貴様にイタリア人との通訳は務まらんというわけか。
英語を喋れる者がいれば可能と思います。
なるほど、確かに。貴様外国人と英語で話した経験はあるのか。
あります。
Why on earth would he need an interpreter in a cave or on an uninhabited island that even our superiors forgot about? His question made it clear that some guest had arrived on Rakunjima who would need an interpreter.
よし、後ろ宮、貴様を俺の通訳に命ずる。
That evening, I found out exactly what he was talking about. Italian ally? That pointless submarine dock in the cavern that had never been used was now being approached slowly by a submarine of the Italian Navy. Of course, I knew that the Italians were our allies. However, this was the first time I'd seen anything from their military with my own eyes.
どうしてイタリア軍が？確か1943年にイタリアは降伏しているはずです。これはどういうことでしょう？
Good question.
降伏したのはイタリア王国だ。だが、それを受け入れない者たちは親独政権 RSI を樹立させ、戦争を続けたのだ。
I see.
RSI？
イタリア社会共和国。別名サロ共和国だ。
詳しいな。何も知らぬ者はイタリアは枢軸国の中で1943年にいち早く降伏した腰抜けなどと呼んでいるが、それは間違いだ。イタリア社会共和国軍は開戦から1945年4月29日まで勇敢に戦ったのだ。
ベルリン降伏はその3日後だ。腰抜けどころか大健闘だな。しかし RSI 海軍が日本まで航行できるような潜水艦を持っていたとは驚きだ。
そうでなくともはるばる日本までやってきたこと自体が驚きです。彼らがなぜ日本に、六軒島に。
The submarine was both weather-worn and massive. I doubt anyone had even imagined that a foreign submarine would come all the way out here, when we never even had one of our own submarines dock. All of the guards on Rokkenjima, of which there were only about 30, stood at attention as the submarine docked.
イタリア軍なんて初めて見たぜ。なんでも事故か触雷で航行不能になったんだと。換気装置がやられて塩素ガスが換気できなくなったって聞いたぞ。中尉殿の話によると何か重要なものを運んでるって話だ。暗号変換器か新型エンジンなんかの設計図じゃないのか。オラ積みにうんぬんより上層部がまだここを覚えててくれたことの方が驚きだぜ。
Wait a minute, is this where the gold comes from?
後ろ宮、早く来い。貴様は通訳だろうが。
はい、中尉殿。
On top of the hatch was a young Italian saluting us. Normally, this should have been the job of a commissioned officer, but his clothes looked like those of a sailor, and it really didn't look like he had the dignity and composure of a ship's captain. That probably meant that all of the commissioned officers in charge had died in the accident that had befallen this sub. Crew members crawled out of the hatch one by one, but they all looked pale and entirely worn out. I'm not sure how long ago the accident happened, but being crammed together in a tiny sub filled with chlorine gas for any amount of time can't be good for your health. Not only had the ventilators broken, but traveling about carelessly on the surface of the waters around Japan these days would be foolish in the extreme. It had been like a trip inside a can of poison gas. Almost all of them were unable to walk without leaning on someone else. Looked like a bunch of people staggering out of a hospital boat.
後ろ宮、艦長は誰か聞け。私がこの島の指揮官であることを説明せよ。
ようこそ日本へ。英語がわかる者は。
The crew members seemed to understand that I was speaking English, but it looked as though none of them could speak it. Eventually, someone who seemed to be dressed as an officer saluted.
ようこそ日本へ。艦長でありますか。
I can not speak English. Please wait.
Wait a minute, so they have him speak that in English, but they have Kinzo speak in Japanese, even though he's speaking English. What? The officer answered in slow, laborious English. After asking us to wait, he shouted something to his subordinates in rapid Italian. It looked as though he was telling them to get someone among them who could speak English. Amogus?
後宮、何と言っている？
待てと言っています。英語のわかる人間を呼んでいるのかもしれません。
At that moment, I heard a high-pitched cough. It wasn't a man's cough. It was a woman's.
私、英語わかるわ。
As she came down from the hatch, a woman with beautiful golden hair said this in English. In this filthy cavern, the appearance of one as beautiful as she was, seemed like an angel descending upon us.
ようこそ日本へ。艦長はいますか？
艦長は死んだわ。士官はあそこの彼だけよ。
お悔やみ申し上げます。何かお手伝いはできますか？
新鮮な空気と水が欲しいわ。まだ息のある人間もいる。休ませる場所が欲しいわ。
協力しましょう。他に英語のわかる人間はいますか？
いたけどみんな死んだわ。私だけよ。
後ろ宮、女は何を言っている？艦長は誰だ？さっきの男なのか？その女は何者なのか？早く通訳しろ！
The lieutenant has been yelling like that for a while now. He must have been surprised to see such a beautiful woman appear from a submarine, and more than a little annoyed to see all of her attention focused on me alone. It was a mark of how divinely beautiful she was.
注意殿。彼女だけが英語をわかるようです。彼女が彼らの通訳になります。艦長は死亡。代表者は先ほどの士官のようです。
うるさくあなたに叫んでいる男は何者？まさかあなたの上司なの？
不幸なことに私が美しいお嬢さんを独り占めしているのが気に入らないんでしょう。
Dang, he's smooth.
あら、東洋人にお世辞をもらえるとは思わなかったわ。綺麗な英語ね。あなたは育ちが良さそうだわ。あの怒鳴ってるみっともない男とは大違い。あなたがここの将校だったらよかったのに。
おや、私も西洋人にお世辞をもらえるとは思いませんでした。
あなたは面白い人だわ。名前は？
後宮金蔵です。よろしければお嬢さんの名前もぜひ。
ベアトリーチェ・カスティリオーニ。
ようこそベアトリーチェ、日本へ。
That was when I first met Beatrice, the woman who would capture my heart for the rest of my life.
ベアトリーチェとはイタリア人だったのですか？
そうだ、彼女は RSI 高官の娘だった。どうやら彼女の父親こそが一番の積み荷だったらしい。残念ながらロッケン島にたどり着いた時にはもう死んでいた。
Oof.
その高官がなぜ日本に？スエズ運河からインド洋を越えてはるばる日本まで来たというのか。
確かに同盟国としてはドイツの方がはるかに近いはず。なぜわざわざ日本までやってきたのでしょう。
途方もない規模の遠大な作戦か何かだったのかもしれぬ。その全容は分からぬが、その潜水艦がただならぬ任務を帯びていたらしいことは後に理解することとなる。
They had said that there had been about 60 of them at the time of their departure. However, only about 10 of them, including Beatrice, had survived. Their submarine had apparently hit a mine or something in the nearby waters and sustained a great deal of damage. They told us that it had flooded rapidly with water, which had taken out the batteries and released a large amount of chlorine gas. Is that because of the water reacting with the batteries? Their sub had become completely incapable of continuing further. Nothing but a massive lump of metal floating by the dock. Since the sub seemed to be carrying something of immense value, the higher-ups ordered us to investigate. After questioning the Italians, with Beatrice and me acting as double interpreters, we concluded that this thing of immense value must have been her father himself. Apparently, Beatrice's father was extremely high up in the RSI hierarchy, and it was thought that he might have worked alongside Mussolini himself. Though their massive voyage had apparently been part of some top-secret mission, now that the man himself and all of the commissioned officers had died, their reason for coming to Japan remained a mystery. And our higher-ups were telling us to investigate, which meant that even they didn't know what it was. Their ship had broken down, their mission was unknown, and the high official they had been carrying was dead. And even the Japanese government didn't know why they were here. I bet it's gold. I bet that's where the gold came from. The Italians' great and perilous voyage had come to a meaningless and utterly fruitless end.
Yokatta. 日本の潮風はてっきり醤油の匂いがすると思ってたわ。
お互い様です。イタリア人の髪はパスタでできてるって思ってました。
Well, now that you mention it, her hair does look like a pasta.
あら、そうよ。アルデンテに仕上げるには茹で加減が難しいの。なら日本人はみんなスパゲティネーロだわ。
Eh? I don't know what al nero means. Might as well look it up. Why not? What? Oh, wait. Okay, what is al nero? I keep getting things with like squidding. Is it with squidding? Nero di Sepia is Italian for cuttlefishing. Oh, maybe that, yeah, that would make sense. Okay, because black hair, I guess?
Yoku ご存知で。日本人はシャンプーの代わりにイカスミを使います。
Yup. Oh my.
も知っているのね。イタリアに来たことがあるの？
ありません。しかし本はいろいろと読みました。
東洋人がイタリアの本を？へえ、例えばどんな？
ニッコロ・マキャベッリ、ダンテ・アリギエーリ。だからあなたが永遠の淑女であることも存じていますよ。
Ah, the classics. Machiavelli and Dante.
おお、なんてこと。金蔵はとんでもない勉強家だわ。あなたはひょっとして日本では高貴な家の出身なのでは？
さあ、どうでしょう。
あなたは他の野蛮そうな日本人とはまるで違うわ。私にはわかるの。あなたはきっと高貴な家の人間だわ。後ろ宮家は日本の貴族の家柄なの？
とんでもない。紡績で一山当てただけのただの成金の一族です。私が勉強していたのは高貴なるものとしてのたしなみではなく、何をすることも許されなかったら本を読むか酒に溺れるかしかやることがなかったからですよ。
There had been no trace of malice in Beatrice's words. It had just been a curious question asked from a friend, or asked to a friend from a faraway country. However, Beatrice was from a noble family herself, so she could tell. She could see the faint, gloomy look on Kinzo's face.
許して、金蔵。あなたのような高貴な人がどうしてこんなおかしなところで兵卒の身分に甘んじているのか深く考えなかったわ。
私の一族などどうでもいいことです。死ねば後ろ宮などという姓は何の意味もない。そしてそれこそがようやく私を解き放ってくれるのです。
金蔵は死にたくて軍隊に？そんなのダメ。家族が悲しむわ。
家族など私には誰も。
Oof. I have a wife for the sake of public appearances, and children. However, I've never wanted any of them. Everything is a fleeting daydream created by those selfish, greedy elders. So at least while I'm on this island, I can forget about all of that and find some peace. Peace? But haven't I spent each and every day complaining that I wasn't sent to the front and haven't managed to die yet?
私にあなたの苦しみはわからないけれど、私の心ない言葉が傷つけてしまったことはわかるわ。許して、金蔵。
Forgive me, Kinzo. Yes, those words are probably what did it. All of the Japanese called me Ushiromiya. It reminded me that I was the property of the Ushiromiya family every time they talked to me. But she was different. She called me Kinzo, not Ushiromiya. So maybe just for the time I chat with her like this, I can forget that cursed family. I hadn't meant to make Beatrice feel guilty, but she seemed certain that her thoughtless words had hurt me.
ありがと あなたが私を金蔵と呼んでくれるから、私はやっと自分を取り戻すことができる。私はようやく本当の意味で私を見てくれる人に出会えた気がします。
金蔵、あなたはとても遠い異国で出会った外国人だけれど、あなたの心はとても繊細で美しい。私たちはきっと近所に住んでいたならとても当たり前な友人になっていたわ。私も嬉しいのよ。あなたは私のことをベアトリーチェと呼ぶ。カスティリオーニのご令嬢とは呼ばないわ。
We were both in the same position. Her Castiglione family must have been a rigid place as well. Though we both came from different countries, we had finally found something that we both understood.
金蔵は親しい者には何て名前で？
いえ、普通に金蔵と呼ばれていました。
じゃあ、あなたは私をベアトリーチェと呼ぶのを改めるべきだわ。親しい人間は私のことをビーチェと呼んでいた。
They used to call you what?
あなたもそうしてくれると嬉しいわ。
わかりました。これからは親しみを込めてビーチェとお呼びを。
ダメダメ。堅苦しい言葉はダメ。だって私たちはもう友人なのだから。
A bright smile stretched across Beatrice's face.
あの美少があれから我が記憶より薄れることはない。
おじい様はベアトリーチェと出会うことで自分を取り戻されたのですね。
平たく言いや浮気だな。
I mean, he's not wrong.
ウィルさんは今後も出現を繰り返されるならお尻をかばわれる癖をつけることをお勧めします。
After having his butt pinched once more, Will hopped around in pathetic agony.
おじい様にとってロッケン島はベアトリーチェと初めて出会われた特別な場所だったのですね。
私がこの島に来ることがなければ出会うこともなかった奇跡の島なのだ。
その潜水艦基地の名残とやらは今も残っているのか。
You know, it's getting pretty late, and I don't know how long this scene is going to go on for. Maybe I'll try and go a little further.
クアドリアンの近くに今も残っている。外界からは見えぬ入り江の影だ。吹き継がって漁師たちも近寄らなかった島だ。私以外に知る者はもはやいるまい。
クアドリアンと屋敷を結ぶ2キロにも及ぶ地下道は その基地の名残なのか。
そうだ。
Hey, that is it. Hey.
鍾乳洞を改造した広大な地下壕で地下を網羅し、島内各地を要塞化するなどという寝言の残骸だ。私はその地下道を生かし、島の両端に2つの屋敷を作らせたのだ。
2つの屋敷、2つの家族。後ろ宮家の屋敷と後ろ宮家から解放された金蔵の屋敷だったのですね。
そうだ。私には必要だったのだ。後ろ宮という呪われた生から逃れるもう一つの場所が。
しかし同情するよ。はるばる日本までやってきて任務を成し遂げられなかったとは気の毒の限りだ。
パパの任務が何だったかよくわからないわ。どこか遠くへ逃げ、大切な日までそれを隠さなければならないと言っていた。
I did it. Gotta be gold, right? Wait, chlorine gas. Chlorine gas. Chlorine gas. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely the gold. Or wait. No. Wait, no. No, chlorine gas dissolves gold. I thought if you electrified gold... I don't know... Gold chloride... Or wait, would it... Gold chloride... I thought there was something I heard before about electrifying gold makes chlorine gas? Maybe requires seawater? Because they said about the batteries got hit or malfunctioned or something. I don't know. I can't really find anything conclusive here. I don't want to take too long doing that. I could swear I remember something about gold being part of a process to make chlorine gas. Anyway.
それとは？
わからないわ。それはとても大切なもので、大切な日まで何年も隠しているつもりだったみたい。いえ、それと一緒に隠れているつもりだったみたい。
But it's still gotta be the gold. Yeah, he's gonna hide something until the right moment. Hide her with it.
私に異国の地で長い時間を過ごすことになるかもしれないと謝っていたから。
アンジェロ少尉は 罪には特になく、君の父上が輸送すべき要人だったと言っていたが。
少尉はあなたたちを信用してないわ。私でさえ知っていることをいくつも隠してる。ひょっとすると少尉はパパの目的と積み荷を知っているのかも。
それが何だったにせよ、それはイタリア軍の任務さ。俺らには関係ないね。むしろ同盟国なんだ。頼ってくれればいいのに。
金蔵が良い人であることは疑わないわ。少尉にもあなたは信頼できる人間だと伝えてるんだけれど、どうして男というのは異教ではむやみやたらと厳格になるの？
If I'm right and it is the gold, I mean, I wouldn't want to tell these guys either. I don't know. Kinzo's fellow soldiers on the island don't seem the most reliable.
普段はみんなもっと陽気な人たちばかりなのに、ここへ来てからみんな妙に空気が張り詰めているわ。少尉は部下たち全員に常時銃を手放さないように命じてる。
And yeah, if you're carrying that much gold, then it would make sense for, like, it'd be very tempting to these Japanese military members who have been completely forgotten about. They could probably steal the gold if they wanted and make off scot-free. Kill them all. Countries might be allies, but that doesn't mean the soldiers are.
まるでここが敵地かのようだわ。
That was true. The Italians were clearly the very opposite of relaxed. The Japanese soldiers, watching this, began to suspect that the Italians didn't really trust them at all.
軍人ならおかしいことじゃないさ。むしろこういう時こそ規律を引き締めて友軍に恥ずかしいところを見せたくないんじゃないか。
Yeah, I don't know about that, Kinzo.
就寝時には必ず根津板を立てるし、もう航行できないスクラップ同然の潜水艦に今もあなたたちを近づけないように見張りを立てているわ。私はなんだか日本人を露骨に毛嫌いしているように見えて気持ちが悪い。
True, they had set up a constant sentry by the submarine and had refused to let any of the Japanese soldiers come near. This hadn't made the Japanese particularly happy. However, submarines are treated as classified in all countries. Maybe it was just natural for them to stop foreigners from approaching it without reason.
慣れない生活を強いられてみんな気が立ってるんだろう。
Kinzo, please.
天候と女将の都合で君たちを本土へ運ぶ船の派遣がまた遅れてる。君たちをいつ本土へ送ってあげられるやら。
We had been told that a boat was being sent for them directly from the mainland. But apparently, thanks to the weather, problems up the command chain, and the recent air raids, they had no ships they could spare on a forgotten island like this. There may have been political issues as well. After all, the Italians' homeland had already surrendered to the Allies. I didn't know the details. The only thing I knew for sure was that they'd been stuck on Rakanjima for 2 whole weeks, and no one had come to get them. Of course, we had some small boats on Rockinji. There was nothing physically stopping us from taking them to a nearby island. Still, Rockinji was technically a top-secret base, and contact with the outside world had been strictly forbidden.
仕方がないし、それも悪くないわ。だって船が来てしまったら金蔵とはもう会えなくなってしまうんでしょ。
確かに。
For me, those 2 weeks were the first I'd ever truly lived. The faint 20 years before all seemed to vanish in the sparkle of that pair of weeks. I realized that she'd have to leave this place eventually. And yet, this single moment felt so rich and dazzling that I felt myself wishing it could last forever. Then I heard a voice calling for Beatrice in Italian.
アンジェロ少尉だよ。君に用事みたいだ。
またお小言かしら。日本人とあまり親しくするなと最近うるさいのよ。
The second lieutenant approached, saluting Kinzo, and after glancing at Beatrice as though asking her to translate something, he began to speak in Italian. Judging by his tone, it sounded like something serious.
少尉はとても重要な話があるからあなたたちの指揮官に合わせてほしいと言ってるわ。協力を求めたいと言っている。何のことかわからないわ。
重要な話？わかった。山本中尉を探そう。
Lieutenant Angelo had 2 of his subordinates with him and wore a stern expression on his face. They didn't have to say anything for us to realize that this had to be something very serious. The winch creaked, and the thick chains rang out with a dull clang. Very, very slowly, it was lifted up out of the submarine's cargo hold.
なるほど。イタリア人どもが我々を潜水艦に近づけたがらないわけだ。
Well, I did just read something about chlorine gas dissolving gold, so maybe they had to get it out. Or risk it being dissolved. The first lieutenant and the others looked up at the winch that was slowly lifting up, all of them wearing unpleasant, forced smiles.
なんてこと。これがパパの運んでいた積み荷だというの。
すごい。こんなの生まれて初めて見た。
Yep. There it is. It was a mountain of gold ingots. Those carefully piled bars were being slowly lifted out of the cargo hold, one group after another. This gold had been their true cargo. I don't know where they were planning to take it. They might have been trying to sneak it into Japan, one of their allies. Or they might have been on their way to hide it in some remote area. Was it some sort of strategy? A conspiracy? Embezzlement? Top secret transportation of wealth? This incomprehensible amount of gold led to all sorts of dark suspicions, but we didn't know anything about the truth. All told, the gold weighed an incredible 10 tons. That was the only truth we could wrap our minds around at the moment. They had strongly resisted showing this to us. However, the submarine could no longer make sea, and it was apparently continuing to take in water bit by bit. Rakanjima had been outfitted in an extremely slipshod way, so he had no means of repairing it. Also, though we could unload the sub, there was no way we'd be able to lift it up again once it had been filled with water and sunk to the bottom. Now that transporting the gold away had clearly become an impossible goal, they had apparently decided on unloading it. Of course, they made no effort to explain the reason behind all this gold. They just asked us to help them take it out.
なぜこんな大量の黄金を国外へ。これだけあればイタリアの戦局を変えられたかもしれないのに。
戦局を変えるのは武器よ。でも戦後は何の役にも立たないわ。確かにお金も戦局を変えはするでしょうよ。でも戦後にもその価値は変わらないわ。
There's no longer any way to change the course of this war. The Axis powers will probably all surrender, leading to an Allied victory. Anyone could tell that simply by looking at the American planes flying across the sky day after day. However, gold does not lose its value after war. Everyone stared upwards, dumbfounded, as the winch slowly lifted the dully sparkling gold. And that is a perfect place to end it. Yep.
Chewie.
Okay. Go ahead and save. Okay. Do more of this next Monday, probably. Unless something pops up. So we finally know where the gold came from. Know Beatrice's origins. Or at least the first Beatrice. We're slowly unraveling the tale. But this is where I'm going to end for tonight. So if anybody is interested in my social medias, there's links to Discord, Twitter, and YouTube. You can always find those links under the channel, in the About section, or under the Socials banner. Tomorrow we will continue Momodora Moonlit Farewell. I don't know if we're going to do that Thursday as well. I don't know how long the game is. But we'll see. Is there anything else? Not really. I don't think so. So in the meantime, thanks for being here. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. And I'll see you around. Bye-bye.
イタリア人たちはこの黄金のことを本土へ報告しないことを望んでいます。